92.7 on the web. Those were postponed until tomorrow, and we will bring you, therefore, Ainsworth and Mullen here on 92.7 on the web, and that way, over on AM 14, FM 106.3, at 7 o'clock, we can get you Husker men's basketball as the Huskers get set to take on Michigan State in a top 15 battle from Pinnacle Bank Arena. That one will be 7 o'clock pregame tip-off just after 8 p.m. Well, we welcome you here to the Buckles Automotive pregame show. Greg Kinsey with you here from the top deck at McAndrew Gymnasium, getting set to bring you this matchup. Well, the Ainsworth girls coming in with 10 games in the month of December. This starts their January calendar. Mullen has played just 6 games thus far, and it's even more of a disparity on the boys' side, where the Ainsworth boys have played 10 games to just 4 played by the Mullen Broncos in the month of December. So Ainsworth with a lot more game action in the month, including 2 holiday tournaments. The Bulldog girls coming off of a victory in the third-place game of that Summerland Holiday Tournament, defeating Wakefield 48-28 after losing by just 6 to eventual champion Summerland on Monday. The Bulldogs in at 2-8. Mullen comes in at 3-3 on the season. Mullen won its opener on the road at Sutherland before dropping games against very good teams in Ogallala and Valentine. Won a 5-point decision over a now 6-2 Hyannis team. Dropped an overtime game against Anselmo Myrna, 39-38. That's one common opponent on the schedule, along with Valentine. And then Mullen, in their last action back on December 19th, won a 45-21 decision on the road at Cody Kilgore. So Mullen comes in at 3-3 on the season. They have common opponents in Valentine and Anselmo Myrna. Both teams lost to both the Badgers and the Coyotes. We're on our Buckles Automotive pregame show here tonight on 92.7 on the web. Don't get caught in the cold. Be ready for cold weather and calving season with a stop at Buckles Automotive. They have a great supply of portable generators and portable heaters in stock. Master and Val 6 radiant heaters. There's several sizes to choose from 18,000 up to 125,000 BTU. Buckles is also fully stocked with ice melts for sidewalk. Needed a re-up on that today after the weather we had, along with tow ropes, batteries, antifreeze, thermo-aid, diesel fuel additives, windshield wipers, de-icer, and scrapers. You need it. They have it during the winter season. Stay safe and stay fired up with a stop at Buckles Automotive, your Napa store on Main Street in Ainsworth. We'll take a break, come back, introduce you to these two teams and the starting lineups as we get set for high school basketball here tonight on FM 92 and the web. Ainsworth hosting Mullen and McAndrew Gymnasium.
Making car shopping fun again. Whether you're in the market for brand new or pre-owned, shop the great selection at William Crotter Company, where service is a family tradition. See them at 305 West Douglas in O'Neill, or you can find them on Facebook and CrotterAuto.com.
Healthy cattle are the foundation of a healthy food supply. Consistent growth has allowed Bijan Feedlot to build trust with their customers, providing them with the ease of knowing their cattle are in great hands. Let Bijan Feedlot of Ainsworth guide you in your cattle feeding and agricultural endeavors.
Your go-to choice for ag and industrial steelwork is Winters Millwright in Ainsworth. Evan Winters has over 2 decades of experience and an expert team who are proud to offer construction, machinery installation, maintenance, repairs, and innovative solutions.
Welcome you back on KBRB as we get you closer to tip-off here from McAndrew Gymnasium, the Ainsworth Bulldogs and the Mullen Broncos in a varsity doubleheader. Ainsworth should have everybody available tonight. Looks like all 11 girls are in uniform and warming up. They're led by junior Grayson Painter, who is averaging 17 points and better than 9 rebounds per ball game. Peyton Sears at 8 points per game. Willa Flynn averaging about 8 points per ball game. Jaylee Good coming off her best game, scored 10 in the opening quarter in the win over Wakefield on Tuesday and put up 12 for the game, so she's averaging about 4 per ball game. Get about 3 per game out of Kinley Welke for the Bulldogs. Ainsworth averages 33 points per game offensively. For Mullen, they average 37 points per game. They're led by Senior Haley Donahoe, who is averaging 11 points and almost 10 rebounds per game, to go along with 3 steals and over 1 block per ball game. From there, you have 7 points and 6 rebounds for sophomore Jenna Donahoe. And it's about 7 points per ball game for Riley Hegland, and about 6 points per game for Callie Licking are your leading scorers for Mullen. This Mullen team again coming in at 3-3. They've not played a game since December 19th. Ainsworth played 4 in that span, including 2 holiday tournaments at Pleasanton and Summerlin. Let's introduce you to the starting lineups for both of these teams. Lineups brought to you by Three River. They are your area telecommunications and technology leader. And let's start with the visiting Mullen Broncos, 3-3 on the season. They're coached by Kay Dent, assisted by Callie Edis, Tricia Vest, and Stephen Dent. People might be familiar with that name if they followed the rodeo scene. Stephen from Mullen was quite the rodeo competitor in high school in several different events. Bull riding, bronc riding as well. So he's on the assistant coach with Kay Dent, the head coach. The Mullen Broncos will start number 14, Callie Licking, a junior. Number 15, Bren McCulley. She's a sophomore. Number 22, Riley Hegland, a junior. Number 30, Haley Donahoe. She is a senior. And number 31, Jenna Donahoe. She is a sophomore. Those your starters for the Mullen Broncos. 11 on the varsity roster for Coach Dent. Lineups brought to you by Three River. Three River Communications, offering unbeatable internet speeds and amazing prices with Three Rivers fiber optic network. Your internet, cable television, and telephone service are unmatched in the area. Call 866-569-2666 for more information. Or you can visit the web at threeriver.net. Three River, your local broadband provider, and they bring you high school basketball here on KBRB. Now the starting lineup for the 2-8 Ainsworth Bulldogs. Bulldogs coached by Sandy Nelson, assisted by Katie Painter. And the Bulldogs will start number 11, 5'4" junior Kinley Welke. Number 15, Willa Flynn. She is a 5'8" junior. Number 21, Jaylee Good, 5'7" and a junior. Number 22, Grayson Painter, 5'7" and a junior. And number 23, Peyton Sears, 5'5" and a freshman. Those your starters for the Ainsworth Bulldogs. Typically see freshman Adeline Doak and Grayson Sisson as the first 2 off the bench for Coach Sandy Nelson's Ainsworth Bulldogs. So look at your starting lineups. They've been brought to you by Three River, your area telecommunications and technology leader. Ainsworth 2-8, Mullen 3-3, but expecting a good ball game here from McAndrew Gymnasium as Ainsworth starting to play its best basketball, getting Grayson Painter back and healthy after she missed the Pleasanton Holiday Tournament and most of the game against Broken Bow. But Ainsworth had very good showing on Tuesday in that Summerlin Holiday Tournament runner-up game and the win by 20 over Wakefield. Also played a good ball game against Summerlin. They led after 3 quarters, got outscored in the 4th to fall by 6. I believe they led by 3 after 3 quarters of play on Monday. Summerlin went on to win the championship of that holiday tournament. Well, we're about a minute away from the introduction of the starting lineups and the national anthem. Boy, look at that. See young Gage Rethwich, and they've dusted off the senior, Rich Rethwich. We had a going away party for him last year here after his final game in McAndrew Gymnasium, but looks like retirement didn't take her. They were a little shorthanded, so Rich going to put the stripes back on to officiate today for this one. We'll take a break, come back. We'll be ready for the tip between the Bulldogs and the Mullen Broncos. High school basketball tonight on KBRB.
Dr. Cherie Stephen with Sandhills Animal Health Care Center of Ainsworth. For all your animal health care, large to small animals and family pets, Dr. Cherie Stephen with Sandhills Animal Health Care Center, located 1 mile east and 1/2 mile south of Ainsworth.
God Residuo with Soothers Feed, a second-generation nutrition first company that truly cares if you're successful. With our products from everything from mineral to cube custom feeds, consultations, heifer development programs, seed stock supplier programs. We can do it all. That's Scott Rosichka with Soother Feeds, 402-358-2083.
Quality Construction, Posel Construction of Long Pine, a family-owned business specializing in all forms of general contracting. They're your local dealer for Pella Windows. Matt and Jess Posel. Call 402-273-2929.
Join those who have not only found relief from pain, but a pathway to wellness with Finish Line Chiropractic. They're proud to offer soft leg tissue regeneration at the O'Neill office and in Bassett at the Rock County Hospital on Tuesdays. For appointments, go to finishlinehealth.com.
Madison's Great Western, west of Ainsworth, serves all your fertilizer, fuel, and propane needs. Give them a call at 387-2870. Stop by the office. Visit with Bob Maxwell. You'll find Madison's Great Western makes your fertilizer and fuel needs their #1 priority.
This is Carrie Hess with Sylvia's Insurance Group. Livestock Protection, or LRP, is a federally subsidized insurance product that protects against the decline.
Get your finances in order by taking a look at the big picture. I'll consider your estate, retirement investments, and tax strategies. Let Peterson Asset Protection Group help you put your financial house in order.
Maintain and enhance a beautiful lawn with Paulson's Lawn Service of Ainsworth. Jerry and Norma Paulson. Mowing, lawn cleanup, power raking, aerating, fertilizing, and spraying. They provide free estimates. References gladly given. Paulson's Lawn Service of Ainsworth.
We welcome you back here on KBRB as we get set for this varsity doubleheader. Ainsworth hosting Mullen. The Broncos will be in their road black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters and the gold on the trunks. Ainsworth will be in its home white uniforms with the red numbers and letters and the red stripe. Ainsworth comes in 2-8, coming off a win over Wakefield, 48-28 on Tuesday in the third place game of the Summerland Holiday Tournament. Mullen at 3-3 on the year. This will be their first game since December 19th, so probably have some pretty fresh legs compared to the Bulldogs, but might have to knock a little rust off here early on, as it has been about 2 weeks since Mullen last took the floor. Ainsworth will go from left to right, from south to north, as we call this one in the first half. The Broncos from right to left, from north to south. It'll be Jaylee Good jumping center with sophomore Jenna Donahoe, and we are about ready to go. The officials checking with the score table, and we're ready to go. Let's play high school basketball on KBRB tonight. Ball in the air. We're underway as the tip goes out of bounds off of Mullen, and it will be Ainsworth basketball to start. We will see a little man-to-man pressure from the Broncos. Jaylee Good will inbound, midcourt stripe. Throws it into the backcourt to Grayson Painter. She is guarded by Bryn McCulley. And the man-to-man to start. They're going to double-team Grayson. And they had a shot clock issue. So the clock did not get started on time. So we've got a quick stoppage right away as they get a shot clock issue figured out. See where they mark it. Ainsworth's going to bring it in from the side court, and they're going to go a full 30. Nope, they're going to move it back to 7:58 and go back with a full 35-second clock. Ainsworth gets it into Kinley Welke. Man-to-man defense for Mullen to start the game. Grayson Painter on the left wing gets a screen from Willa Flynn. Screen and roll to Flynn. She juggles it, and it'll go out of bounds off of Willa. And ball belongs to Mullen as the Bulldogs turn it over. They jumped out on Grayson in a double team. She dumped it over the top. Willa couldn't quite squeeze it. It will be Mullen basketball, and they'll see a 2-3 zone from Ainsworth. Wing, left side, Donahoe pulls up from 14, can't get the shot to go. Weak side board down to Grayson Painter. Grayson splits a double team in the backcourt as Mullen pressing off a miss. Grayson works to her left, dumps it down for Willa Flynn, knocked away, and it's going to lead to a jump ball. That was Haley Donahoe getting in there to knock it away on the pass. And she ties it up with Jaylee Good. Ball goes back to the Broncos. Scoreless opening 40 seconds. Riley Hegland running the point. Swinging around to Donahoe. Inside to Haley. Haley and Jenna out there. Shot up, won't go. Rebound knocked around to Jenna Donahoe. Another chance here for the Broncos. Shot clock did not reset. Jenna on the baseline. Kicks it up top. 3 for Hegland. That's off the high off the back of the iron. The board down to Flynn. They'll say it hit the support. Ainsworth basketball. Mullen goes with a full court pressure. They're going to man-to-man pressure, it appears. They get it into Painter. They try to trap her. Swings it to Jaylee Good. Jaylee brings it across the timeline, loses her footing. Gets it ahead to Peyton Sears. Nice job saving the possession. Sears up top into the hands of Painter. Good, tough man-to-man defense for Mullen to start the game. They're doubling Painter off every high screen, and Painter one-handed pass cross-court is over the head of Kinley Welke. So Mullen is jumping out and double-teaming Painter every time Flynn comes up to set the screen. And thus far it's caused a jump ball and a couple of Bulldog turnovers. Mullen with it against the zone. High post to Donahoe. Gets it low post down to Haley. Haley and Jenna. The two Donahoes. Turnaround jumper from 13 is good for Haley. She's their leading scorer on the assist by McCulley. In the backcourt, Sears. They try to double team her. She dribbles away from it, brings it up the sideline, and she's hit and fouled. Good job by Sears dribbling away from the double team, and it results in a foul past the half-court line that will go against Riley Hegland. 2-0 Mullen, almost 2 minutes into this opening quarter here from McAndrew Gymnasium. Ball bounced into Sears, now to Kinley Welke, trying to run Painter on an off-ball screen. Grayson takes a corner three off the front iron, and the board down to Hegland. They are paying a lot of attention, as most teams do, early on to Grayson Painter. Dump it inside to Haley Donahoe, gets it across to Jenna for the finish. On the assist from Haley, Jenna Donahoe gets a bucket. Here comes Painter the other way. She'll pull it up on the right wing, wait for a screen. Now tries to get it down inside to Flynn. Back to Painter. Here comes another screen. Gets it to Flynn on the screen and roll. Shot off the glass, no, but she is fouled. That'll be 2 quick ones on Riley Hegland. So we played about 2.5 minutes. Hegland just picked up her second personal. And see what Coach Dent does here, as Flynn will be at the line for 2 free throws. Hegland averages 7 points per game and just picked up her second early foul. She will exit, as in off the bench comes Chloe Newman. Newman is a sophomore. Flynn missed the first free throw. Another one for Willa to try to get Ainsworth on the board. That one's too strong. Rebound tipped, but into the hands of Bryn McCulley. So Ainsworth empty on that possession. On the baseline, they swing it up top to McCulley, to Licking, now inside to Haley Donahoe. Up and under move, Ainsworth double teams in the post. Back up top to Licking, into the high paint. Into the corner to Jenna Donahoe. Her shot too strong. Jaylee Good down with the weak side board. Grayson double teamed in the backcourt, dribbles away from it. And she's got a second to get it across and does so to Flynn. Now to Welke in the right corner. She'll take a three off the back rim. Nice rebound by the newly entered Chloe Newman. Mullen gets another stop. It's 4-0 Broncos leading over the Bulldogs. Haley Donahoe on the baseline gets it to Jenna. 14-footer is swirling in. The Donahoes have combined for all 6 of Mullen's points. as Ainsworth gets the pressure. Ahead it goes to Flynn. She misses a shot. Offensive rebound, Peyton Sears. Putback won't go. And Jenna Donahoe down with it. Good job, Grayson Painter breaking the pressure. Got the Bulldogs a 2-on-1. Flynn missed a good look. So did Sears on the putback. And there's an up and under move into the hands of Newman. And Newman gets it to go. Jenna Donahoe on the assist. 8-0 start for Mullen. We've played almost 4 minutes here in our opening quarter. Flynn with it, gets it off on a handoff to Grayson Painter. They jump her with a double team, try to go to Flynn. Knocked away by Donahoe and stolen. Here comes Jenna the other way, gets it to Licking. High post to Haley, 15-foot shot, too strong. Rebound tipped into the hands of Licking. Her putback won't go, but she's fouled and will go to the line. Mullen with a 6-3 advantage on the boards here early, an 8-0 lead. And to the line goes Callie Licking. First free throws for Mullen. The foul on Jaylee Good. Mullen off to a good start despite the 2-week layoff as Licking pours in the free throw. A 9-0 Mullen start. Licking hand to the basketball. Puts this one up too strong. Rebound tipped and saved by Grayson Painter. They double team Grayson, and they'll knock it out of bounds, and it's off of Grayson. Boy, double teaming in the backcourt, even off of misses. Aggressive from Coach K. Dent. 9-0 start. Mullen gets it back on the third Bulldog turnover. Haley Donahoe to inbound. Finds Licking inside, open, and scores. Callie Licking on the third assist for Hallie Donahoe. Jaylee Good gets it to Painter. 11-0 start for Mullen. They double team Painter off the high screen. Knocked away by Hallie Donahoe. Save. Grayson all the way to the rack. She's fouled on the shot. We'll go to the line for two. So Hagelin on the bench with 2 fouls. That's the first on Callie Licking. Third team foul. Free throw up, and Grayson Painter gets Ainsworth on the board with 3:31 to play in the first. Sears checks out as in comes freshman Adeline Doak. Freshman for freshman. Second free throw, Grayson Good. She knocks in the pair. Ainsworth on the board, but down by 9. 11-2, 3.5 minutes to play. Ainsworth looks like now more in still in that 2-3 zone or 2-1-2. On the wing, Licking will take a 3 on the right side. Hits the front rim. Rebound. It's a foul over the back on Haley Donahoe. Good position on the weak side for Jaylee Good. So that is 4 team fouls on Mullen. Ainsworth will be in the bonus for the final 3:17. And Ainsworth coach Sandy Nelson will take a quick timeout here before the inbound. 3:17 on the first quarter clock. Tri-County Bank scoreboard. It's Mullen leading Ainsworth 11-2.
At West Plains Bank, we're proud to offer the financial products and services to help you accomplish your life's goals. West Plains Bank in Ainsworth and Springview, a better way to bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Allen Monuments of Ainsworth offer permanent legacies that memorialize the passing of a loved one. The monument you choose can be customized to reflect the life of your departed one. Serving you with dignity, Allen Monuments on Highway 20, Ainsworth.
Rest easy knowing that your child's developmental concerns are heard and checked. Planning Region Team 17 provides early intervention services at no cost to eligible families in Brown, Rock, Kippahaw, and Perry County. Contact your local school district to learn more.
11-2, Mullen with the lead over Ainsworth with 3:17 to play in our opening quarter of basketball. Mullen has 4 from Jenna Donahoe. Haley Donahoe with a bucket and 3 assists early on. 3 points for Callie Licking and a bucket off the bench for Chloe Newman, who came in after the early foul trouble for Riley Hagelin. Ainsworth's lone 2 points from Grayson Painter. Bulldogs are in the bonus for the rest of the quarter. Ainsworth gets it into Painter. Grayson up the sideline past her defender. That is Macy Walls just into the ball game off that timeout. Grayson, step back 3, top of the key, too strong. Rebound into the hands of Callie Licking. Walls is a freshman out there for the first time for the Broncos. Licking throws it, knocked away by Painter, right back to Callie. Here's a 15-footer on the wing. That's good for Bryn McCulley on the assist from Licking. So now all 5 starters, with the exception of Hegland, have scored, and they've got the bucket off the bench. Flynn on the wing to Welke. She fires a 3. Too strong off the glass, and the board pulled down by Newman. And then a reach-in foul on Ainsworth. That will go on Kenley Welke, who missed the 3. 13-2, Mullen with 2:36 to play in our opening quarter of hoops here on KBRB. We're on FM 92 tonight. North Central and Elgin Public Pope John postponed until tomorrow. That will be on AM 14, FM 106.3 tomorrow. We'll have Husker men's basketball tonight against Michigan State on AM 14, FM 106.3. They throw it into Donahoe, knocked away, and on the ground, and a travel called on the Broncos as Jenna Donahoe went down to get it, but then turned over from her seated position with the basketball. First turnover on Mullen. They go back to the full court pressure. Inbounded to Painter. Here comes the double team. Grayson up the sideline to get past it. Shows off the speed. Up top to Flynn. Back to Grayson. Drives right baseline. Pull up from 10. And it's in. Grayson Painter on the assist from Willa Flynn. Bulldogs have their first field goal, and it's a 9-point lead with 2 minutes to play here in the first for the Mullen Broncos. Throw it inside. Nice catch. Newman couldn't finish. Offensive rebound to Donahoe. Knocked away, saved by Licking, and she throws it out of bounds over by the Bulldog student section. So it'll be a rebound for Donahoe. Turnover number 2 on Mullen. Welke out. Back in comes Sears. Grayson Painter inbounds to Jaylee Good. Turns, works it up the right side, gets past Jenna Donahoe. Brings it into the front court, slows it down, top of the key for Flynn. Now to Sears. Sears against Licking in the man-to-man, backs it out, needs some help, bounces it up top to Jaylee Good. Around to Flynn, she'll take the 18-footer on the right wing. That's too strong, and the rebound down to Haley Donahoe. Minute and a half to play in the first. Mullen with a 9-point lead. 16-footer from the free throw line, poured in for Haley Donahoe. She's got a nice little set jump shot. Second assist for Licking. Back to an 11-point advantage, matching the largest here for Mullen. Good, brings it across the timeline into the front court, gets it into the corner to Flynn. Mullen's gone man-to-man the entire way. Flynn hands it off to Painter. Grayson off a screen, working against a double team. Somebody's open. They get it to Flynn. Corner 3. Willa off the back rim. Looked good. Rebound comes down to Chloe Newman, who's got 3 boards off the bench. And it goes Donahoe, 15-footer. That one's short, and Painter down with her 3rd board. And then she's fouled in the backcourt, and that'll be free throws. That is the 2nd foul on Callie Licking. So now 2 starting guards for Mullen in foul trouble here. Hegland, who picked up 2 in the first couple minutes, and now Licking gets her 2nd with 45 seconds to go in the first. And she will likely come out as Grayson Painter back to the free throw line. Painter has all 4 Bulldog points thus far. Free throw is up and in. Licking exits as into the game. Comes in for the first time is Brecken Burney. Burney's a freshman. 15-5. Second free throw for Grayson. That's too strong, and the rebound pulled down by Haley Donahoe. First miss for Grayson at the line, 15-5. Here's Jenna, pull up 15-footer is good. Boy, 2 Donahoe sisters are shooting it well. Grayson breaks the pressure again, fires it ahead to Doak, puts it up and can't finish from 2 feet. Rebound down to Jenna Donahoe. Great pass from Painter across the lane. Doak waited for a defender to clear, had an open look, couldn't get the shot to fall, and then Sears fouls after the rebound. 23 seconds to play in the first, 17-5. Mullen with the lead and can hold for the final shot if the Broncos choose to do so. Wearing their black uniforms with the gold numbers, letters, and stripe. Bulldogs in the home whites with the red numbers, letters, and stripe. High post to Newman, gets it to Haley Donahoe. Out top into the hands of McCulley. Here's Jenna Donahoe with 5 seconds. 3-point shot taken, top of the key, nearly banked in. Rebound tipped around. McCulley off the glass on the putback, won't go. And that will take us to the end of 8 minutes of basketball. Your Tri-County Bank scoreboard. The Broncos, despite the 2-week layoff, come out strong. They lead Ainsworth 17-5. We're back with the second quarter from McAnder Gymnasium after this timeout.
If you have a demand for concrete, call on Ainsworth Ready Mix to get your project started. Residential, commercial, or industrial concrete jobs, they're committed to providing quality product at an affordable price at Ainsworth Ready Mix, proud supporter of Bulldog Athletics.
I am April Good, Associate Broker with Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, specializing in farm, ranch, and recreational sales as well as residential property. With my office in Ainsworth, I'm here to help sellers and buyers like you make the most of your move.
Ainsworth Auto Parts is now Auto Value, located along Richardson Drive, right along East City Park. They offer oil, fluids, wax and paint, accessories, tools and shop supplies, as well as ag and heavy-duty parts. We've got the parts, we've got the smarts. Ainsworth Auto Parts, your Auto Value parts store.
Welcome you back here on KBRB, FM 92 and KBRB.net. Greg Kinsey with you here for high school hoops on KBRB FM 92 tonight. And again, North Central EPPJ postponed until tomorrow. That one will be on AM 14, FM 106.3 tomorrow afternoon. It's here on FM 92 tomorrow. We'll have the Westhold Huskies as they host Hardington Newcastle. So our doubleheader will be tomorrow instead of tonight, but we're able to bring you Husker men's basketball now in a top 15 battle against Michigan State from Pinnacle Bank Arena. That over on AM 14, FM 106.3 beginning at 7 o'clock. Ainsworth basketball to start the second quarter. Down to 17-5. Painter with it, drives past a double team. Mid-range jumper, swirls in. Grayson has all 7 Bulldog points, and it's a 17-7 game. On the wing, it is McCulley. In the corner, 3 for Haley, or for Jenna Donahoe. That one won't go. Rebound down to Jaylee Good. Jaylee loses the handle on it, now needs help. Gets it ahead to Kinley Welke. Bulldogs have the starting 5 back out there. The Broncos going with a couple of starters on the bench as the 3-point shot for Willa Flynn won't go, and the rebound saved by Jenna Donahoe, her 5th. Throw it ahead to Haley, flips it off the glass. That won't go. She had to throw it up toward the rim as her momentum was going to carry her out of bounds, and the rebound down to Welke. Minute in, it's a 10-point game, 17-7. They double-team Grayson off of the screen, and her pass is high for Flynn, picked off by Haley Donahoe. And then Grayson kicks the ball as it was a lane pass from Haley Donahoe to Bryn McCulley. Possession arrow on the kickball stays with Mullen after the 4th Bulldog turnover. Ainsworth in a 2-3 zone, and Mullen has been man-to-man the entire way. Get it on an outlet to Burney. High post to Donahoe. Step through, and she's going to draw the foul and go to the line for 2. Nice little step-through move for Haley Donahoe. Again, she averages about 11 a game to lead this Mullen team. The foul's the second on Jaylee Good, so Ainsworth's junior post, the first with 2 fouls for the Bulldogs. Free throw for Haley, rattles in. She has 5, Jenna has 6. 2 Donahoes combined for about 18. Haley with 11 and Jenna with 7 per game on the season. This one won't go, and the rebound ripped down by Willa Flynn. Good job out battling Jenna Donahoe for the board. Willa brings it ahead the other way, now needs some help. Gets it to Sears, it's through her hands and out of bounds. Peyton just missed the catch. So the Bulldogs turn it over. 18-7. An 11-point lead for Mullen here early second quarter. Boys varsity to follow. Jenna Donahoe steps into a 3 and buries it on the left wing. They left her alone. She now has 9. Ainsworth breaks the pressure with Peyton Sears. They have a 3-on-2. Now the defense gets back. Jaylee Good steps into a 3, top of the key, around and out. Grayson Painter, offensive rebound, put back is short. Jaylee on the board, and she's fouled. Ainsworth crashing the offensive glass. Jaylee will go to the line for 2. That's the first foul on Jenna Donahoe. So you have Callie Licking and Riley Hegland, 2 starting guards who have stayed on the bench to start the second quarter after they picked up 2 fouls each in the first quarter. Jaylee knocks in the free throw. She's the first player other than Painter to score. Flynn out. Back in comes Adeline Doak. Exiting is McCulley for Mullen as they do bring Riley Hegland back in. Second free throw for Jaylee off the side of the iron. The 6th rebound already for Jenna Donahoe. 21-8. Here's a 3 on the left wing. That's poured in by Brecken Burney. off the bench on the assist from Hegland, just back into the game. Sears into the left corner, dribbles away from traffic, out to Jaylee Good. Back to Peyton. Sears looking for Painter, posted up, gets it to her on a bounce. Grayson with the left hand off the glass, no. Offensive rebound, Adeline Doak, and she's fouled on the putback. That will be the second on Haley Donahoe, so the foul starting to mount a bit on Mullen. That is 3 starters with 2 fouls as Adeline Doak goes to the line for 2 free throws. Nice rebound for the freshman, and she pours in her first point. This will already be the 10th free throw attempted here for Ainsworth in the first half. They've got Mullen in a bit of foul trouble. 3 starters with 2 fouls as Adeline Good on both. Doak knocks in the pair. 24-10. 6 of Ainsworth's 10 points have come at the free throw line. Another 3 for Bernie. That one too strong. Same spot she just made one. Grayson Painter down with her 5th rebound. Brings it into the front court, working one-on-one against Jenna Donahoe. Out to Good, now to Sears. Peyton to Painter. Right wing. Peyton fakes the 3, and she's going to travel. Wanted to put it on the deck after faking the 3. But instead, it's the 6th Ainsworth turnover. We have 5:20 to play in the half. Mullen leads by 14. Out will go, looks like Jenna Donahoe and Bernie. Into the game, return Callie Licking and her 2 fouls along with McCulley. So 3 Mullen starters out there with 2 fouls now. 5:18 to go in the half, 24-10. Broncos with the lead against the 2-1-2 zone of Ainsworth. Licking high post. Shot off the glass too strong for Newman. The board down to Jaylee Good. Painter double teamed in the backcourt. Waits, dribbles out of it. Now brings it across the timeline. Looking for a screen. Gets it off to Sears as they jump Grayson on the double team every time they screen. Inside Grayson, up and under move. Can't get the finish, and the rebound to Haley Donahoe. Grayson tried to finish that one in traffic. Thought she might have got the foul, but instead it goes inside to Newman for her 2nd bucket on the 3rd assist for Callie Licking. Mullen gets 2 the other way, and it's 26-10. Largest lead now for the Broncos as this pass is wide of Jaylee Good. Deflected and picked off by Hegland. 7 turnovers now on Ainsworth. Mullen, an athletic team. Of course, playing out of D2 are the Broncos. Hegland on the wing to Licking. Bounces it inside to Haley Donahoe. Up and under move. Can't get the shot to go, but there's Newman for the offensive rebound on the weak side. And the putback, 28-10. The Mullen lead grows to 18 midway through quarter number 2. Here comes a screen from Doak. Grayson dribbles away from it. Step back 3 for Painter. Too strong. Bulldogs have not got a 3 to fall in the first half. Rebound down to Chloe Newman, who's had a nice game off the bench. 6 points, 5 boards. Haley Donahoe the other way. Put back for the baseline jumper from about 13 is good on the assist from McCulley. Haley now with 7, and another timeout from Coach Sandy Nelson as Ainsworth in its largest hole of the first half here, down 30-10 on the Tri-County Bank scoreboard with 3:36 to play in the half.
Book a stay at Ainsworth's award-winning Roadway Inn, offering a wide range of amenities and perks, including a delicious breakfast to get your day started off on the right foot, pool, cozy, clean rooms, and so much more. Book online or call 402-387-1050.
Three River Communications, serving Ainsworth and the surrounding area with fiber services of internet, local long-distance phone service, and high-definition cable TV. Three River Communication is a proud supporter of the Ainsworth Bulldogs.
No overpriced lawn services? No headache. Call on Stack Lawn Care in Ainsworth. Grant Stack offers underground sprinkler systems, landscaping services, mowing, dethatching, seasonal cleanup, and more. Call or text 402-760-1808.
30-10 our score. Mullen in control. 9 points for Jenna Donahoe. 7 for Haley Donahoe. 6 off the bench for Chloe Newman. Ainsworth has 7 from Grayson Painter. Nobody else with more than 2. 30-10 is our score. It is all Broncos. Ainsworth basketball off the timeout. Mullen has taken off the press. Here comes Peyton Sears across the timeline. They meet her at half court with Hegland. Peyton works off a double screen, turns the corner, takes it down the baseline. Kicks it out, 17-footer for Flynn. That one off the front iron. And the rebound down to Callie Licking. Some good looks for Ainsworth from the perimeter. Just have not got many shots to fall from the outside. There's a steal as Kinley Welke jumps the passing lane. Just the third Mullen turnover. Nice anticipation from Welke stepping into the high post to jump that passing lane. Grayson Sisson in off the timeout for the Bulldogs. Another of the freshmen. Nice pass underneath. In and out for Painter. She gets their own rebound. Out to Welke for three. That one won't go. Rebound chased down by Willa Flynn. Willa takes an 18-footer and knocks it in on the right baseline. First field goal for Willa Flynn, and Ainsworth down by 18, 30-12. Looking inside, McCulley swings it back to Licking, back to McCulley. Looking inside for Newman. It's knocked away and out of bounds near the Bulldog cheerleaders by Willa Flynn. Stays with Mullen, still 25 on the shot clock, 2:33 on the second quarter game clock, 30-12. Broncos at 3-3 coming off a 2-week layoff. Their last game was on the 19th of December. They played 6 games to Ainsworth's 10. Catch and shoot on the inbound for Haley Donahoe won't go, and the 7th rebound for Grayson Painter. Painter gets a high screen from Flynn. They jump her with the double team. And out it goes to Sears, and Sears will get called to the travel. Flynn probably could have got called to the travel as well. That brought Coach Dent up off her bench, wanting the travel called on Flynn. Instead, it's a travel on Sears. 8th turnover on Ainsworth. 2:18 to play in the half. It's Welke, Sisson, Flynn, Painter, and Sears, the 5 on the floor for Ainsworth. Jaylee Good on the bench with her 2 fouls. Hegland up top, swings it around to Licking. 3 on the left wing, won't go. Rebound, fought for and controlled by Grayson Painter. Just out-battled Chloe Newman on the weak side. Painter on the right wing, guarded by McCullough. Takes it to the hoop, has it poked away, and it'll be out of bounds. Stay with the Bulldogs. As you would expect, a lot of attention defensively being shown against number 22 in white. Back in comes Jenna Donahoe. She'll replace Chloe Newman. Good minutes off the bench for Newman. 6 points, 5 boards. Playing some extra minutes with the foul trouble to the starters. Ainsworth gets it in on the outlet to Sisson. Grayson on the deep right wing. Gets it off to Flynn. Willow working against Licking, who has the 2 fouls, into Painter. Turnaround jumper on the baseline. She thought she was fouled. Rebound on the weak side. The 7th for Donahoe. That's Jenna with it. Licking, double dribbles. Good defense by Willa Flynn. 4th turnover on Mullen. We have just 1:39 remaining in our first half. Mullen in control. They outscored Ainsworth 17-5 in the first. It's been a 13-7 second quarter for the Broncos. Painter will walk it up the floor with their team down by 18. Working off the high screen and roll. Gets it to Flynn. Willa against Jenna Donahoe. Gets it to Kinley Welke. Tries to turn the corner. Gets a screen from Painter. Shot off the glass. Too strong. Rebound down to Haley Donahoe. Just a little over a minute remaining. Mullen back to work offensively. Hegland on the wing to Jenna Donahoe. Out to Hegland. 3 on the right wing. That one around and off. And a foul on the rebound as Licking comes down with it. And Sears went up to try to swat it away. That'll be the 2nd foul on Peyton Sears. Just the 2nd on the Bulldogs this quarter. In will come Lily Beal for Ainsworth as Sears will go out with 2 fouls. McCullough out for Mullen as Brecken Burney back in the game. New shot clock, just under a minute to go. In the left corner, Hegland takes a 3. That one too strong. Rebound tipped by Painter into the hands of Flynn. Nice job by Grayson getting a hand on that against 2 Broncos. Painter into the front court. Works off a screen. Can't get the 3 away. Good defense by Jenna Donahoe. And then she's going to pick up the foul on a reach-in. So that is 4 starters now with 2 fouls for Mullen. Just the 3rd team foul this quarter on the Broncos. 40 seconds to play. New shot clock for Ainsworth. Need to get it into somebody to beat the 5-second count. They do to Flynn. Dumps it for Grayson. Knocked out of bounds by Jenna Donahoe. Stays on the floor with those 2 fouls. So you have Jenna and Haley Donahoe each with 2. Callie Licking and Riley Hegland with 2 fouls. 37 seconds to play in the half, 32 on the shot clock. Welke looking to get it in. 5-second count is on, gets it on an outlet to Sisson. Now to Beal, into the corner to Welke. Kinley trying to turn the corner. Her shot swatted by Jenna Donahoe. The lead pass, though, is picked off by Willa Flynn. Back comes Ainsworth. Still 25 on the game clock. Shot clock is off as they get it out to Painter. Grayson, they bring the double team. Both Donahoes, gets it to Flynn. Flynn off a screen from Welke. Back to Kinley with 14 on the clock. Kinley looking for Painter, hands it off. And there's going to be a blocking foul, and that's the third on Licking. So they roll the dice with the starters, and Callie Licking picks up her third personal. 8.4 seconds on the clock as Newman returns. Licking exits. That's the fourth team foul on Mullen, so Ainsworth will inbound on the side court, down by 18. 8 seconds to play in the half. Flynn with 5, out to Welke, now to Sisson with 2. Try to go into Painter, knocked away to Hegland. And that will close out the first half. It is all Mullen here on the road as the Broncos on the Tri-County Bank scoreboard lead the Ainsworth Bulldogs 30-12. We'll come back with our Tri-County Bank halftime show after this timeout.
Frontier Diesel of Ainsworth is your best choice for diesel truck and big rig repairs. Bruce Dannett and crew provide long-lasting repair work that stands up to the demands placed on your heavy-duty equipment. Dependable service, repairs done right. Frontier Diesel of Ainsworth.
Get your smile on. At Ainsworth Family Dental, Dr. Mackenzie Owen and dental hygienist Lene Hansmeyer, along with their friendly staff, always strive for one common goal, to help their patients achieve and maintain a beautiful, healthy smile.
Whether high school, college, or the pros, the game is always on at the 402 Bar on Main Street in Ainsworth. Check out the game in the high-definition 86-inch screens. Not a bad seat in the house. That's the 402 Bar, Main Street in Ainsworth.
For prescriptions and all your over-the-counter, feel-better favorites, come to the pharmacy you know and trust, Ainsworth Pharmacy on Main Street, because keeping you healthy is their top priority. Make sure to check out their Facebook page for open hours.
We welcome you back here on KBRB FM 92 and KBRB.net. It is the Mullen Broncos leading the Ainsworth Bulldogs 30-12 at the halftime break. 9 points from Jenna Donahoe leading the way. Mullen with a +6 advantage on the glass, out rebounding Ainsworth 24-18, and their +4 in turnover margin. As the Bulldogs have turned it over 9 times against 5 for the Broncos. Mullen, though, in some foul trouble. They have starter Callie Licking with 3 fouls, and then 3 other starters, Riley Hegland, Haley Donahoe, and Jenna Donahoe, each with 2. Bulldogs have 2 fouls on Jaylee Good and 2 on Peyton Sears. So there have been some whistles in this one, but Mullen has done an excellent job with that man-to-man defense. They are double-teaming Painter off of every high ball screen that Ainsworth tries to set. Mullen jumped out to the big lead, held Ainsworth scoreless for the first half of the opening quarter. Outscored Ainsworth 17-5 in the first. Second quarter, it was a 13-7 advantage for the Broncos to take this 18-point lead to the break. Ainsworth, 6 of its 12 points from the free throw line, has just 3 made field goals in the first half. Mullen, on the other hand, has 13 made field goals and just 2 free throws. They hit 2 threes in the first half, did the Broncos. It is our Tri-County Bank halftime show on KBRB. Free Kasasa checking accounts are all about growth. Take care of your money with monthly cash rewards just for doing the banking basics. With a Kasasa account from the Tri-County Bank, you receive rewards on ATM withdrawal fees if you meet your monthly qualifications. There's no monthly maintenance fee and no minimum balance requirements. Stop by the Tri-County Bank, one of their branches located in Stewart, Atkinson, Bassett, O'Neill. Visit TriCountyBank.com. Qualifications, rules, and limitations apply. Rates, rewards, and restrictions may vary by account. The Tri-County Bank is member FDIC. We'll take a break, come back, go through our first half statistics and our keys to the second half in this 30-12 lead for the Mullen Broncos over the Ainsworth Bulldogs.
TK Angus specializes in long-aged yearling Angus bulls. We also offer bulls for sale at private treaty in the spring. To learn more, check out our website at tkangus.com.
Stop in and see Mike Schrod, your State Farm insurance agent on Main Street in Ainsworth for all of your home, auto, and life insurance needs. That's State Farm Insurance on Main Street in Ainsworth. Good service at a good price. See Mike Schrod, your State Farm insurance agent in Ainsworth.
Experience, reputation, and results. This is Laura Lee Frank at Bruner Frank Shoemaker, LLC. We pride ourselves on personal attention and solid results for your legal needs. We have law offices in both Kearney and Ainsworth for your convenience. Give us a call today.
For all of your livestock or grain hauling needs, call on Thad Jones Trucking of Ainsworth. Well-maintained trucks and trailers, skilled, reliable, and experienced drivers. Thad Jones Trucking. Phone 402-760-1964.
We welcome you back here on KBRB. We're on FM 92 and KBRB.net. Let's run through the first half statistics in this 30-12 Mullen lead over Ainsworth. Jenna Donahoe leads all scorers. She had 9 in the first half for the Broncos. A sophomore hit a 3. It was 7 points for Haley Donahoe. 1 for 2 at the free throw line. 6 points off the bench for Chloe Newman. It was 3 on a second quarter three-pointer for Brecken Burney. Off the bench, 3 points for Callie Licking, 1 for 2 at the line, and a bucket for Bryn McCauley. 6 in the scoring column for Mullen. Rebounding-wise, Jenna Donahoe was 7, 5 apiece for Haley Donahoe and Chloe Newman. 4 rebounds for Callie Licking, 2 for Bryn McCauley, and 1 for Riley Hegland. I had Callie Licking and Haley Donahoe, each with 3 assists in the first half. 2 assists for Bryn McCauley, 1 each for Riley Hegland and Jenna Donahoe, and had Jenna with the only block of the game. Mullen 2 for 4 at the free throw line, turned it over just 5 times. They do have some foul issues for Coach Kay Dent to work through in this second half, as Callie Licking with 3, Riley Hegland, Haley Donahoe, and Jenna Donahoe, each with 2 fouls. Ainsworth, 6 of its 12 points at the free throw line on 10 attempts. Bulldogs turned it over 9 times. Grayson Painter leads Ainsworth in scoring with 7. She had 3 free throws on 4 attempts. It was a bucket in the second quarter for Willa Flynn, 2 free throws for Adeline Doak, and a free throw on 2 attempts for Jaylee Good. Grayson Painter leads all rebounders in the first half with 8, 4 for Jaylee Good, 3 for Willa Flynn, 1 each for Adeline Doak, Kinley Welke, and Peyton Sears, and I had Willa Flynn with the lone assisted basket on the only 3 made field goals in that first half for the Bulldogs. Foul-wise, Ainsworth, 2 on Jaylee Good and 2 on Peyton Sears. That's a look at your first half statistics. 30-12, Mullen with the lead. It's time for our keys to the second half. They're brought to you by Ainsworth Motors. Own the street when you're behind the wheel of an F-Series pickup from Ainsworth Motors. Every stare is a nod of respect. Check out their lineup today at your Best of the West Ford store, East Highway 20 in Ainsworth. Brand new and pre-owned trucks, SUVs, crossovers. Cars have the Ford Bronco series as well. Financing and incentive options always available to qualified buyers, and that repair and service shop as well at Ainsworth Motors. Stop out and see why the difference is the dealer. Keys to the second half for Ainsworth. They're going to have to find a way to rotate the ball when Mullen Broncos jump out and double team Grayson Painter on those high ball screens. So you're either going to have to try to isolate with Grayson, let her work one-on-one, or if you do bring the ball screens, you might have to try to find a way to dump a quick pass over the top and then find another secondary player to cut, as Mullen has been good at getting somebody on the screener when they jump out and double team Painter. They've been rotating over to get somebody who set the screen after they jump Grayson with the double team. So somebody has to get open on the rotations, and so if Grayson dumps it over the top to the person who set the screen, she's got to be able to then find whoever comes open on that rotation. And for Ainsworth defensively, got a rebound as Mullen's had some putback opportunities. So for the Bulldogs, need to concentrate on rebounding. For Mullen, got to play defense without fouling. They've done well in the man-to-man, but they have put themselves in foul trouble. So it's that fine line between good, aggressive man-to-man defense and the over-aggression that has led to some foul trouble for the Broncos in the first half. And for Mullen, really going to try to keep paying attention to Grayson Painter, always know where she's at on the floor, and they've been successful at bringing those double teams, forcing some tough shots. Ainsworth has just not been able to really hit anything from the outside. So those are your keys to the second half. They're brought to you by Ainsworth Motors. 30-12 is our score. The second 16 minutes of basketball coming up next here from McAndrew Gymnasium on KBRB.
Get the good stuff at Buckles Automotive, your Napa store on Main Street in Ainsworth. We carry a complete line of passenger car and light truck parts as well as heavy-duty truck parts for the big rigs used on your farm or ranch. Buckles Automotive in Ainsworth, one call, that's all.
Your first choice for exceptional care is Rangeland Rehab locations in Ainsworth and Bassett. Physical therapist Brian Doak, along with professional staff, are trained in many techniques to help improve mobility and decrease pain. For appointments, call Rangeland Rehab at 387-1600.
Red and White Market is your local community connection for high-quality food, friendly service, and great prices. Make sure to grab a delicious piping hot lunch. The deli starts serving at 11:30 weekdays. You can have it to stay or to go from Red and White Market on Highway 20 in Ainsworth.
Your Zematic by Lindsay dealer offers replacement parts for any brand of pivot, installation and training, superior service when you need it.
Your local Zematic by Lindsay dealer is Ainsworth Electric Motor, located just 1 mile east of Ainsworth on Highway 20. Call 387-1071.
Welcome you back here on KBRB. We're getting set for the second half of our girls varsity game with the boys to follow. Mullen in control of this one, 30-12 over the Ainsworth Bulldogs. Mullen 3-3 on the year, Ainsworth at 2-8. It will be Mullen basketball to start the second 16 minutes. Mullen this half will go from left to right, as we call it, from south to north here in McAndrew Gymnasium in their road black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters. Ainsworth in the home whites with the red numbers and letters. It will be Mullen basketball, and they will keep Callie Licking on the bench to start the second half with her 3 fouls. So it will be Hegland, McCulley, Donahoe, and Chloe Newman. The 5 on the floor to start the second half. Got a little stoppage here as trying to make sure everything's ready to go. Switch the quarter to quarter 3. Now we're good to go after the delay. Ball inbounded to Hegland against the 2-3 zone of the Bulldogs. Hegland at the top of the key, swings it across to Jenna Donahoe. 3-point shot too strong, and the rebound will go out of bounds to Ainsworth, as on the weak side, Haley Donahoe and Good kind of trying to box each other out. The ball went over both. Out of bounds to Ainsworth. Bulldogs get a stop. Now down 18 will go to work. They bring Jaylee Good ahead to Kenley Welke. They're going to set a screen for Kenley. They double team her, get it to Willa Flynn. Open jumper from 13 is short. And the rebound down to McCulley. Good looks for Ainsworth as they're making the right reads off those high ball screen double teams. There's a knock away and a steal by Jaylee Good. Ainsworth forces the 6th Mullen turnover. Jaylee, nobody stops the ball, pulls up too strong on the banker from 14 feet as nobody ever picked up Jaylee. She brought it across the timeline. Haley Donahoe with the rebound. Good look again. Ainsworth just can't buy a bucket. Haley Donahoe double team, gets it to Jenna. She can't get a shot away. Good recovery by Peyton Sears on the right elbow. Left side, it throws it into the paint. It's knocked away by Jaylee Good and stolen again. Bulldogs force a couple early turnovers. Peyton Sears on the left wing gets a screen from Grayson Painter, and Peyton knocks in the runner in the lane. First bucket for the freshman, and Ainsworth starts the scoring in the second half, 30-14, now down by 16. Jenna Donahoe, high post to Newman, kicks it out to McCullough. Now to Hegland, skip pass to Jenna Donahoe. Tries to throw it inside for Haley, knocked away, but a reach-in foul called against Willa Flynn. That'll be Willa's first whistle of the second half. 6:25 to play in the third. 30-14 is the score. Hegland to trigger it in with a fresh 35. Gets it to Haley Donahoe. Knocked away on the wing by Peyton Sears. Peyton takes it in, misses the layup with the left hand. The rebound comes down to Jenna Donahoe. Ainsworth has forced 3 turnovers, and there's a 4th as Flynn gets it ahead to Sears, but it's knocked away and out of bounds by Jenna Donahoe. Ainsworth has forced 4 turnovers already in the first less than 2 minutes, and Coach K. Dent wants a timeout. So a timeout will be taken by Coach Kay Den as she does not like what she sees out of her team in this first couple minutes of the second half. Already 4 turnovers for Mullen after they had just 5 in the entire first half. Ainsworth has just turned it into 1 bucket, but we'll have the basketball when we come back. Tri-County Bank scoreboard, 6:09 to go in the third. It's Mullen 30, Ainsworth 14.
Locally owned and operated since 1953, Nelson Furniture, Main Street in Valentine, where more than the price is right. You'll find a great selection, personal service, and all the elements that make your house a home. Delivery available and financing available to qualified buyers at Nelson Furniture, Valentine.
This is Dane Sears, Ag Loan Officer with Homestead Bank. The ag bankers at Homestead Bank understand the risks and rewards of farming and ranching. We can help you look ahead and plan for a season of success. Stop in or call to visit with one of our experienced bankers today to start your journey. Homestead Bank, member FDIC.
6:09 to play in the third. Coming off the Mullen timeout, it is should be Ainsworth basketball. Now they get a good job by Jenna Donahoe, just checking to make sure the officials knew what was going on. She was getting ready to take the inbound pass, but the officials look at each other and say, no, young lady, it's white basketball. Welke gets it into Flynn. Ainsworth down by 16. Flynn crosses court, and there's a reach-in foul on Jenna Donahoe, and that's her third. So 3 fouls on Jenna Donahoe now, 3 on Callie Licking. Licking will come in, as out will go Jenna Donahoe. So Coach Kay Den having to manage some foul trouble for her team. But with a comfortable 16-point lead, Bulldogs try to throw it inside to Flynn. It's knocked away and stolen by Chloe Newman, who's had a great game for Mullen off the bench. Throw it inside, Newman off the glass, can't get it to go, and she's going to track down her own miss. Get it outside and a reset for Mullen. McCullough on the left wing, up top to Licking. Against the Bulldog zone, swings it to Hegland on the right wing. Skip pass to McCullough into the left corner to Licking, stopped by Good. Down to 16 on the shot clock, another near steal by Peyton Sears. Couldn't quite squeeze it, and Hegland able to save it. Gets it out to McCullough with 10 on the shot clock. Here is Licking on the left wing. Checks the shot clock, puts up a deep 2. Can't get it to go. Rebound down to Willa Flynn. Another good defensive possession for Ainsworth. They've held Mullen scoreless through 2:45 of the third quarter. Sears is going to get called for a travel. Shuffled the feet before trying to put it on the deck and drive. That's 11 turnovers now for Ainsworth. Sears out. Adeline Doak back in for the Bulldogs. Bulldogs have played 8 thus far with Doak, Grayson Sisson, and Lily Beal coming off the bench. Mullen has played 8 as well. Looking on the right wing. Skip pass to McCullough. She drives, shut off by Jaylee Good into the corner to Hegland. She'll launch a 3, in and out. Rebound, though, down to Newman. She can't get the shot to go, and it caroms into the hands of Grayson Painter. Painter's 9th board. Grayson splits the double team all the way to the hoop and scores. Bulldogs with a 4-0 start to the second half, down by 14 at 30-16. Bounce it inside to Haley Donahoe. She splits a double team, but throws it out of bounds, intended for Licking, and Mullen a little out of sorts here. They have yet to score in the third quarter, have committed 5 turnovers. That matches their entire first half total. Ainsworth chipping away, down by 14 with 4:35 to play and the basketball. Jaylee on the wing to Welke, gets a screen from Flynn, works off the dribble. Now out to Doak. Here's Jaylee Good. Jaylee bounces to Grayson. Painter guarded by McCullough. Backs it out, asking for a clear out. Grayson wants to go to work. Off the crossover, spins into the lane, step back, jumper off the window, and good. Grayson just set that one up very patiently. Ainsworth within 12 on a 6-0 run to start the third. 30-18. Hegland to McCullough. Swing it around to Licking. Dump it down low for Newman. Tough catch. She makes it and scores. On the assist from Licking. That was a really tough catch for Newman as it was deflected by one of the Bulldogs on a bullet pass. She still was able to corral it and then got it to go off the glass. First bucket of the second half for Mullen goes to Chloe Newman, who has 8 off the bench. Doak off the dribble. Looking for Flynn, knocked away by Newman. Doak tracks it down. Still 13 on the shot clock. Painter, step back 15-footer, too strong. Rebound weak side, pulled down by Riley Hegland. Here come the Broncos now. Stem the tide a little bit, and there's a travel on Hegland. 6 turnovers in the third quarter for Mullen. Sears returns. Out will go Kinley Welke. Bulldog basketball down by 14 with 3:16 to play in the third. Boys varsity to follow. Between the 3-1 Broncos and the 1-9 Bulldogs, Ainsworth has played 6 more games than Mullen thus far. Sears with a crossover on Hegland, works into the paint. Turnaround jumper, can't get it to go. Flynn after the rebound, pokes it to Sears, but she can't quite save it on this sideline. It goes over to Mullen. 3:01 to go in the third. 32-18. Broncos by 14. McCullough on the left wing, guarded by Doak in the zone. Swinging around to Licking, into the corner to Hegland. Back to Licking on the right wing. McCullough top of the key, working against Doak. Dribbles it left side. And boy, that should have been a travel. They let it go, and instead, ball don't lie as she throws it over the head of Hegland. Changed her pivot foot, but it will be the 12th turnover now on Mullen. 7 of them here in the third quarter. Mullen just out of sorts. They've been held to 2 points with 5.5 minutes gone in this quarter after scoring 17 in the first, 13 in the second. Doak double teamed, gets it poked away, gets it back. Now to Flynn, takes it in, jumper off from 8 feet, no good, and that's the 4th foul on Licking. So Callie Licking has just picked up her 4th, and it will be Willa Flynn to the free throw line, trying to bring Ainsworth closer as Mullen's foul troubles continue. 4 fouls on Callie Licking. Free throw for Flynn is good. Willa missed her first 2 in the first half. She knocks that one in. Kinley Welke returns, replacing Doak. Jenna Donahoe back in with her 3 fouls, replacing Licking. 32-19. Ainsworth can cut the lead to a dozen here with a free throw from Willa Flynn. This one up, in and out, rebound. Grayson Painter has it. She has her 10th board. Out to Sears, 3 at the top of the key. It's a West Plains Bank 3 from Peyton Sears. On the rebound and assist from Grayson Painter, and it's a 10-point game. Missing is Haley Donahoe. Rebound comes down to Welke, and then a tie-up with Haley Donahoe. Possession arrow gives it to Ainsworth in a 10-point game. Bulldogs trailed by 18 at the half. They have outscored Mullen now 10-2 here in the third quarter. That was the first outside shot the Bulldogs got to go, and it came after an offensive rebound from Grayson Painter. Kicked it out to Peyton Sears for the 3. Now Jaylee Good on the left wing. Works off a screen, gets it to Painter. Painter working against McCullough, who's about the only starter not in foul trouble. Grayson too strong on a 3. Long rebound, poked around. Grayson comes up with it. Another possession, 35-second shot clock for Ainsworth. Welke 3 on the left wing. That is short. And it will be rebounded by Jenna Donahoe, and she's bumped out of bounds by Peyton Sears. That'll be the 3rd foul on Sears. Just the 2nd on the Bulldogs here in the 3rd, but Ainsworth has trimmed this from an 18-point halftime deficit to a 10-point ball game. 32-22. Minute and a half remaining. Quarter number 3. In the left corner is McCulley. Brings it up top to Haley Donahoe. Skip pass on the wing to Jenna. Up top to Hegland. Around to McCulley. She'll take a 3 over the top of Good. Shot won't go, and the rebound down to Peyton Sears. Bulldogs get another stop. Can make it a single-digit game as we approach the 1-minute mark in the quarter. Grayson dribbles past a double team, gets it to Flynn. Her shot is blocked out of bounds by Haley Donahoe, and it will stay with Ainsworth. Still 22 on the shot clock, exactly a minute remaining on the third quarter game clock. Ainsworth has outscored Mullen 10-2 here in the third. Bulldogs get it into Flynn, out top to Jaylee Good. Now to Grayson. Catch and shoot 3 right wing, round and out. Offensive rebound to Flynn, and she is fouled and will go to the line for 2. That foul will go against Chloe Newman, just her first. 2 more free throws for Willa Flynn. She is 1 for 4 at the line. Has 3 points for Ainsworth. Can make it a single-digit deficit after trailing by 18. Been a good third quarter for the Bulldogs. Flynn can't get the free throw to go as it hits off the front rim. 32-22. 5 points in this quarter for freshman Peyton Sears, 4 from Painter. And there's a made free throw from Willa Flynn. She has 2 this quarter, and it's a 9-point ball game. Ainsworth has cut the deficit in half. And then we have a shot clock issue again, as the shot clock did not start. So they'll stop play at the midcourt line. Move the shot clock down to 33, 49 seconds on the game clock. And Mullen will bring it in. A 9-point basketball game after the Bulldogs trailed by 18 at the half. Hegland gets it on the wing to McCulley. Looking inside, now drive, shut off by Jaylee Good. Out to Jenna Donahoe, into the corner to McCulley. Good recovery by the Ainsworth defense. Hegland on the baseline. Out to Jenna Donahoe, steps in from 15 and knocks it in. First bucket of the second half for Jenna Donahoe. On the assist from Riley Hegland. Gives her 11 and the lead back to double digits. Shot clock is off. Ainsworth can hold for 1 if the Bulldogs choose to do so. Here is Sears up top. Gets it on the wing to Jaylee Good. She'll fire a 3. Back rim, no. Offensive rebound down to Flynn. Puts it up. Scores and a foul. No, they're going to wipe it away. And a travel called on Flynn. Flynn thought she might have the and one. Instead, will go the other way with a travel. Tough break for the Bulldogs. That'll put it back to a 9-point game. 10.8 seconds to play in the third. Now Mullen will have a chance for the final shot of the quarter, leading by 11. Just 4 points. Here's a deep 3. McCulley off the side of the iron. Rebound comes down to Jaylee Good, and that will close out the quarter. A good third quarter for the Ainsworth Bulldogs. They outscore Mullen 11-4 in the frame. Your Tri-County Bank scoreboard with 8 minutes to go. It's the Broncos 34. Ainsworth 23. We're back with the fourth quarter of basketball from McAndrew Gymnasium after this timeout.
Need a project tackled? Well, get them lined up. Shelburne Contracting in Ainsworth is proud to offer seamless gutters, windows and doors, flooring, decking, roofing, fencing, complete home remods, even firewood prep. Call Ty at 402-760-0985.
Todd Flynn Law Office, PCLLO in Ainsworth, 382-3420. When you need legal assistance, whether for personal, business, or farm and ranch concerns, call Todd Flynn Law Office, PCLLO at 402-382-3420 in Ainsworth.
Quality care for quality cattle. At RK Cattle Company of Longpine, they have the facilities and equipment to meet the ever-changing needs of the cattle feeding industry. Call Brian Ortner to learn more at RK Cattle Company, phone 402-273-4424.
Welcome you back here on KBRB, FM 92, KBRB.net. Greg Kinsey with you here for this varsity doubleheader from McAndrew Gymnasium. 1 quarter remaining in our girls' game with the boys to follow. Ainsworth with a good third quarter, outscoring Mullen 11-4 to trim an 18-point halftime deficit down to 11. It will be Mullen basketball to start the fourth quarter. They will keep licking on the bench with her 4 fouls, so it is Hegland, McCulley, Donahoe, and Newman. The 5 on the floor against the Ainsworth zone. Bounce it into Newman. Kick it out to Haley Donahoe. She tries to drive baseline. And it'll be a foul on Grayson Painter on the drive by Haley Donahoe. First foul on Grayson. Fresh 35-second clock for the Broncos. We hit the 7 o'clock hour. Glad to have you with us here on FM 92 and the web. North Central Elgin Public Pope John postponed until tomorrow. Here's a corner 3. That's too strong for McCulley, and the weak side rebound down to Jaylee Good. Throw it ahead to Sears, who's one-on-one with Hegland. Shot too strong off the glass. Another good look for Ainsworth that won't fall. Haley Donahoe down with her 7th rebound. That would have brought it to a 9-point game. Throw it inside to Haley Donahoe. She misses the shot, and Grayson Painter is knocked down and fouled as she adjusts to see if the glasses are still on. And that one will go against Haley Donahoe, so she has 3. So Callie licking on the bench with 4. Haley and Jenna Donahoe both with 3 fouls. Ainsworth has 3 on Peyton Sears. Ainsworth basketball down by 11. Peyton Sears on the deep left wing, guarded by Haley Donahoe. Gets a screen, gets it to Grayson. She's guarded by McCulley, who's about the only Mullen starter with not in any foul trouble. Painter with 20 on the shot clock, gets it to Flynn, working against Newman, gets a screen, takes the 3 right side, too strong, weak side rebound. Peyton Sears couldn't quite squeeze it as she hits the deck trying to save it. It will go over to Mullen. Played a minute here in this fourth quarter with our boys varsity game to follow. It'll be between the 1-9 Bulldogs and the 3-1 Mullen Broncos. Ainsworth has played 10 games to Mullen's 4. There's a knockaway by Jaylee Good, saved by McCulley. Still 22 on the shot clock. Haley Donahoe with the drive. Has it poked away by Good. And it's out of bounds. Last touched by who? By Ainsworth, it appears. It's going to stay with Mullen. 17 on the shot clock. Haley Donahoe to trigger it in. Needs to find someone. Gets it on an outlet to McCulley. Enter it into Haley Donahoe. Shot partially blocked by Painter and rebounded by Kinley Welke. Here comes Ainsworth. Throw it ahead to Sears. She fakes the three and another travel up high. You see some crews that call that a little more frequently than others, but Peyton did shuffle both feet before she took the dribble. That will be the 14th Ainsworth turnover. Mullins had 12. 7 in the third quarter after just 5 in the first half. They still lead comfortably by 11. Drive by Jenna Donahoe. Shot won't go. Rebound down to Painter. Grayson with her 12th board. Has her head up as she flies down the court. Brings it into the step back long two. Grayson too strong, and the rebound cleared by Bryn McCulley. Here comes Jenna Donahoe. Top of the key to McCulley. Steps into a three. Left wing and hits. McCulley's second bucket of the game. Her first three on the assist by Jenna Donahoe. And 2 minutes in, those are our first points of the quarter. A three by Bryn McCulley gives it a 14-point Mullen lead after Ainsworth was as close as 10. Kinley Welke on the right wing. Works off the dribble. Swings it out to Peyton Sears. Peyton to Jaylee Good, works off a screen from Flynn, tries to go back to Willits, poked away. Jaylee saves it, needs some help on a double team. Tries to go to Flynn, and it's off her feet and out of bounds. Turnover number 15 on the Bulldogs. Back in comes Callie Licking, now with her 4 fouls. Out will go Chloe Newman, who's had a great game in extended minutes off the bench with the foul trouble. Newman, 8.7 boards, giving this Mullen team and Kate Ince some really good minutes with some starters in foul trouble. Licking looking inside, saves the pivot foot. Bring it out top. Here's Hegland. Here's McCulley on the right wing. Looking inside for Haley Donahoe. Shot too strong. Weak side board is put up and in. Nobody screened off Jenna Donahoe on the weak side, and that gives her a double-double as she just collected her 10th rebound there on the offensive glass, and the lead back to 16 now for the Broncos. Good pass. Painter to Flynn. Shot won't go, but she's fouled, and Willow will head to the line. That's going to be the 5th foul on Callie Licking as she will exit with 4:54 to go. Licking battled foul trouble. 3 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, but she exits as not much of a breath there for Chloe Newman. She's right back in the game. 16-point lead for Mullen. They're on a 5-0 run here in the fourth. Free throw for Flynn is good. Willa having a nice game. This will be her 8th free throw of the ball game. She's made 3 of 7 thus far. Gets Ainsworth on the board here in the fourth quarter. 4:54 to go in a 15-point game. Free throw rattles out. They fight for the rebound. Jaylee Good has it, and she's knocked to the floor. Another possession for the Bulldogs, and this will be the 4th foul on Haley Donahoe. So the foul's really starting to mount now for the Broncos. Kinley Welke to throw it in. Bounces it to Painter. Shot off the glass is short. Offensive rebound, though, to Jaylee Good. Gets it to Sears. Takes it inside. Can't get it to go off the glass. Peyton's got it again. Tries to bounce it across to Painter. Her glass is knocked off again. And Jenna Donahoe comes out of there with it. Short jumper from Hegland is good. Boy, that's a 4-point swing there as the Bulldogs couldn't get those shots to go from inside. And it's back to a 17-point game. Flynn is hit and fouled, and right back to the line will go Willa Flynn. 41-24. Who's this one going to be whistled on? That will be on Riley Hegland, her 3rd. So Licking is fouled out. Haley Donahoe with 4. 3 on Hegland, 3 on Jenna Donahoe. 2 more free throws for Willa Flynn. First one is up and in. 4 or 5 bounces. 16-point game, 4:25 to go. Second one for the junior is up and perfect. Willa knocks in those two. She has taken 8 free throws in the second half and 10 for the game. 41-26. Drive by McCulley, out to Hegland for 3. Won't go on the weak side. Haley Donahoe, put back, no. Rebound to Newman, and she is fouled. Chloe Newman will go to the line. Free throws as Kinley Welke picks up her second foul, just the second of the quarter on Ainsworth. Mullen has committed 4, so Ainsworth in the bonus the rest of the way as that free throw spins out for Chloe Newman. This will be the first free throws of the second half taken by Mullen. Ainsworth has shot 8 for the half and 18 for the game. Second one, too strong. And a pushing foul against Jenna Donahoe on the rebound. Another foul on Mullen, and now Jenna with 5. That should have been the bonus. That was an over the back, should have been 5 fouls. That should have been free throws for Ainsworth. They missed that. 5 team fouls, should have been walking the other way for free throws. Instead, Painter gets it to Flynn on the baseline. Will on the drive. Shot is blocked by Newman. Rebound down to Jenna Donahoe, and then she is fouled. Yeah, they missed that one. That should have been free throws for the Bulldogs on the 5th team foul on the over-the-back call against Jenna Donahoe. Instead, Mullen gets the stop as Kinley Welke commits her 3rd foul. 41-26. Drive by McCulley. Her shot won't go. Weak side rebound up and in for Jenna Donahoe out there with the 4 fouls. Really, Coach Dent doesn't have a lot of places to go off the bench. 4 fouls on both Haley and Jenna, but it's a 17-point lead for Mullen with 3:30 to go. Mullen survived the big third quarter from Ainsworth. Here's Grayson Painter against McCulley. Works left side, spins in the lane. Tough follow-away jumper is good. Boy, that was a tough shot forced by McCulley. Painter hit it anyway. Give Grayson 13 for the game. It's a 15-point lead. Jenna Donahoe fires a 3. That won't go. Jaylee Good down with her 8th board. But it's knocked away and stolen by McCulley, and then she is fouled. Stole the outlet pass, did McCulley, and then draws the foul on Ainsworth's Jaylee Good, her 3rd. Make that McCulley to the free throw line. Bryn's had a nice game, 5 points, and that one off the back iron. She has 4 rebounds and a couple of assists, and she's the only starter not dealing with foul trouble. Again, Callie Licking has already fouled out of this game at the 4:54 mark. Both Haley and Jenna Donahoe both have 4. Missed free throw and the rebound down to Willa Flynn. And then Flynn loses it off her leg on a drive. Back to Mullen. Timeout Ainsworth with 2:59 to go. It's a 15-point lead for the Mullen Broncos. Tri-County Bank scoreboard 43-28. Mullen on top.
Jones Salvage of Ainsworth, proud supporter of Bulldog Athletics, has new steel and windbreak steel available, tractors and vehicles, and pays competitive prices for scrap iron, vehicles, and farm machinery. Call Tom at 402-382-8004 or Willie at 402-382-8784. Grain movement and marketing. For independent grain marketing, contact Pride Grain, located on Highway 20 between Long Pine and Bassett. They have a variety of marketing tools available to meet your individual marketing plan. Visit with Brad Wilkins at Pride Grain. They're proud to be a supporter of local athletics.
Tires you deserve from people you can trust. At Brown County Tire, their sales and service team go above and beyond to help you with your tire needs. For complete tire service and oil changes, call them Brown County Tire in Ainsworth. Phone 402-387-0203.
2:59 to go. Ainsworth trailing Mullen by 15 after cutting it to as close as 10 in the 3rd quarter. But Mullen has been able to survive it thanks to some timely buckets from Jenna Donahoe and company. Foul trouble for Mullen. They have Haley and Jenna Donahoe both with 4, and Callie Licking is already fouled out. But Mullen is less than 3 minutes away from the victory as the game clock and shot clock have still not moved. Now it gets started. On the wing to Jenna Donahoe. Into the front court. Now kick it out to McCulley. She loses a grip. Gets it back to Jenna Donahoe on the left wing. Up top to McCulley. Now to Hegland. Looking inside for Haley. Jenna on the left wing. Nothing there. Still 15 on the shot clock. Mullen patient with it here, up by 15. There's a knock away by Sears. Saved by McCulley. Out to Hegland, around to Jenna Donahoe. And a bump foul with 3 seconds left on the shot clock will put Jenna Donahoe to the free throw line. That'll be the 4th foul on Jaylee Good. She's the first Bulldog to reach 4 fouls. Both teams in the bonus now with 2:27 to go. So free throws for Jenna Donahoe. First one won't go. Mullen has not shot it well. 2 for 9 at the line. Ainsworth is 11 for 18. Bailed out on a late shot clock foul there, and Donahoe gets the 2nd to go. Jenna's had a great game. Here comes Painter ahead quickly. An open 3, Sears left wing, in and out. Rebound knocked out of bounds. It will be last touched by Grayson Painter and back to Mullen. Ainsworth will go to a full court press now with 2:19 to go, down by 16. McCulley gets it in to Jenna Donahoe working against Flynn. Ainsworth brings a double team. They throw it ahead to Newman. Cross the lane to Haley Donahoe. Shot won't go. Somebody is down for Ainsworth. That is Peyton Sears. Back comes Painter the other way. Peyton looks like landed wrong, and she went to the floor. She's back up, but she is in some discomfort. As looks like maybe she's favoring her right ankle. So we'll take a break as Coach Sandy Nelson comes up to check out her freshman, Peyton Sears. Timeout, 2:06 to go, 44-28 Mullen.
Local news personalized with pictures. The Ainsworth Star-Journal, serving the community for more than 140 years. To subscribe or for assistance in promoting your business, contact the Ainsworth Star-Journal at 387-2844.
Palmer Law Group, LLC, attorney at law in Ainsworth. They focus on you, the client, with complete legal services and with reasonable fees. Rob Palmer of Palmer Law Group, LLC, 121 East 2nd Street, a member of the KBRB Sportscasters Club.
The Mundhank Agency of Ainsworth has provided quality insurance protection to area individuals, families, and businesses for more than 60 years. For quality coverage and fair rates, visit your trusted choice agent of the Sandhills, the Mundhank Agency of Ainsworth.
Well, Peyton Sears being assisted off the floor. Looks like a right ankle or lower leg that she is favoring. So it will be Adeline Doak in to replace her. 2:06 to go as Sears helped to the bench. Ainsworth down by 16 with the basketball, 30 on the shot clock. Mullen jumped out to the 17-5 lead after one, led by 18 at the break. Bulldogs cut it to as close as 10 in the third quarter at one point. Mullen has stretched it back out. They've outscored Ainsworth 10-5 here in the fourth. Catch and shoot 18-footer left baseline is good for Grayson Painter on the assist from Adeline Doak. 44-30. They get it ahead to Newman, out to Hegland. Left side to McCulley. Again, they can go to work on the clock a bit here. Jenna Donahoe passes on the open 3. Now she'll step into one on the right wing and hit. Jenna Donahoe has carried Mullen here in the second half on the third assist for Riley Hegland. Painter the other way. Spin move on Jenna Donahoe. Gets the shot to go and the foul as her glasses get knocked off again. We're going to have to get Grayson one of those little bands that you put behind the earpieces on the glasses. And that will be, I believe, the 5th. No, they're going to call the foul on Newman. Wow. And one opportunity here for Painter. We'll see subs in for Mullen with 1:27 to go. Out will go Haley and Jenna Donahoe. In comes Macy Walls back in. She played briefly in the first half. Also have Brecken Burney back out there. Painter to finish off the and one. That one is good. 47-32. And also have Abigail Gracie out there for the first time. Abigail's a freshman. And a timeout going to be taken by Coach Kay Dent and Mullen. With 1:23 to play, 47-33. It's a 14-point lead for the Broncos on the Tri-County Bank scoreboard.
Before you head out to your next destination, fuel up at Yogi's Place, Highway 20 in Ainsworth. And while in, make sure to fuel your body up with select sandwiches, snacks, candies, and beverages. They also have gift cards, too. Yogi's Place, Highway 20 in Ainsworth, is open Monday through Saturday.
Buckley Steel of Ainsworth, Grain System Construction, Millwright Services, Dryer Repair and Support, Crane and Bucket Truck Services, and Design Planning. Consulting from the respected leader in the ag industry, Buckley Steel, 387-0347.
Go Bulldogs. A Bulldog debit card from Union Bank and Trust is the perfect way to show off your Bulldog pride wherever you use your card, at home or away. Stop by our Ainsworth branch today for complete details. Member FDIC.
Mullen basketball off the timeout. They get it up top to Newman, and she is fouled by Painter. It's in the bonus. So 2 free throws coming up here for Chloe Newman. She's had a great game off the bench. 8 points, 8 boards, and a block. Foul was just the second on Grayson Painter. Mullen just 3 for 10 at the free throw line. This one off the side of the iron. Jenna Donahoe has had the big game for the Broncos. 19 to go along with 11 boards. After the first miss from Newman, second one is up. That one too strong. Rebound down to Willa Flynn. Flynn with her 8th board. Throw it ahead wide open is Welke. Shot up and good on the assist from Flynn. First bucket for Kinley. With 1:05 remaining. It's a 12-point ball game. Newman now running the point as Mullen has gone to its bench players. 5-second count is on. Ball knocked away, stolen. Welke gets it ahead to Painter. Grayson attacks the lane, shot up, won't get it to go, but she draws the foul with 50 seconds left, and Painter will go to the line for 2. Grayson now with 11 in the second half, give her 18 for the game. The foul was the first on Brecken Burney. Free throw for Painter, too strong. This will be free throw number 21 taken by the Bulldogs. Might be a season high at the line. As far as attempts, Ainsworth has made 12 of 20. Second one for Grayson. That one won't go. And a tie-up on the rebound between Gracie and Flynn. Possession arrow. We'll keep it with Ainsworth. Timeout taken by Ainsworth with 50 seconds to go and a 12-point ball game. 47-35 on the Tri-County Bank scoreboard. Boys varsity still to follow.
Go ahead and improve with Tim's Construction of Ainsworth. Additions, kitchens, bathrooms, roofing, drywall, window replacement, siding, even custom-built homes start to finish. Call Tim's Construction of Ainsworth for a free, no-obligation quote at 402-760-0162.
Greg Kinsey welcoming you back here to McAndrew Gymnasium on FM 92. Also welcome those of you listening on the video stream of this matchup on the Ainsworth Community Schools video stream. Appreciate the partnership with Ainsworth Community Schools to allow us to bring our audio to the pictures you're watching. 50 seconds to go. It's Ainsworth basketball down by a dozen. 47-35. Kinley Welke will throw it in. Gets it on an outlet to Jaylee Good. Bulldogs down by a dozen. Here is Adeline Doak. Goes to the rim, puts it up and scores. Adeline Doak on the assist from Jaylee Good. Ainsworth within 10. Pressure from the Bulldogs. Again, Mullen took its starters out with about 2 minutes to go. And Ainsworth has cut it down to a 10-point game. Only a 3-second difference. Shot clock to game clock. Mullen can use some time here. They throw it inside. The shot up no good for the newly entered Austin Deibler. Rebound down to Painter. She works her way ahead. Off the glass, too strong as she hits the deck. Rebound knocked loose with 10 seconds to go, and it's another tie-up as Macy Walls ties it up with Kinley Welke. Grayson slow to get up. Ainsworth will send in make that all 5 substitutes now with 8.6 remaining. So Tinley Buchel, Ava Graff, Lily Beal, along with Cassandra Cole and Grayson Sisson into the game. So just 8.6 remaining. Good second half rally from the Bulldogs, but that slow start going to cost Ainsworth here in a home loss to the Mullen Broncos. In the corner with 2 seconds. Deep 3 taken off the side of the iron for Abigail Gracie at the buzzer, and that will do it. For our girls varsity matchup, your Tri-County Bank scoreboard, it is Mullen defeating Ainsworth 47 to 37. That's your Tri-County Bank game final. We'll come back with our TCB into the game summary and postgame after this as we get set for our boys varsity matchup tonight.
Rural healthcare from rural roots. Better healthcare for your family from clinical, obstetrical, emergency room to home care. Greater Sand Hills Family Healthcare with convenient locations in Bassett, Stewart, and Atkinson.
Nebraska Beef. It's what's for dinner. Miles Feedlot, Mark and Haley Miles are proud to support Ainsworth Community School students moving forward in academics, athletics, fine arts, and organization. Go Bulldogs!
Country Fabrics and Crafts of Valentine specializes in baby lock and simplicity sewing machines and sergers. For fabrics, notions, thread, yarn, zippers, trim, and patterns, head to Country Fabrics and Crafts in Valentine. Depend on the pros. When it comes to customer satisfaction and fair prices on electrical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning work, call on Pro Electric and HVAC of Ainsworth. Trent Kinney at 382-5535.
Ainsworth Vision Clinic. Dr. Kathy Heinrich serves this area with complete professional eye care. Vision care is available now from 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday with Dr. Kathy Heinrich at Ainsworth Vision Clinic. Call 402-387-1531 for an appointment.
Farm Bureau Financial Services of Ainsworth offers you auto, home, and life insurance, annuities, and IRAs. Contact Angie Davis with Farm Bureau Financial Services located on Main Street in Ainsworth.
Well, we welcome you back here to KBRB FM 92 and KBRB.net, along with those of you joining us on the Ainsworth Community Schools video stream here this evening from McAndrew Gymnasium. Final score in our girls varsity matchup, it is Mullen with the win over Ainsworth, 47 to 37. Mullen gets over the 500 mark, improves to 4-3 with its first game coming out of the holiday moratorium. Been 14 days since Mullen played last, but they knocked the rust off and get the W. It was a big first half for the Broncos. They outscored Ainsworth 17-5 in the first, 13-7 in the second to go up by 18 at the break at 30-12. But a big third quarter for Ainsworth. Bulldogs got it as close as 10 early in the third. Outscored Mullen 11-4. Down by 11 at the end of three at 34-23. Mullen pushed the lead back out to about 18 at one point before the Bulldogs cut it down to 10 at the end, outscoring Mullen 14-13 in the fourth. 47-37 is your final. It is our Tri-County Bank into the game summary on KBRB. If you're looking to buy a home, build a home, or refinance the home you have, go local with the Tri-County Bank. Their home mortgage team can help get you into the home of your dreams. Because of the Tri-County Bank, they're not just your lenders, they're your neighbors. Stop by one of their branches, conveniently located in Stewart, Atkinson, Bassett, O'Neill. Visit tcbhomemortgage.com. The Tri-County Bank is member FDIC and is an equal housing lender. Well, we take a look at the statistics. A much better job by Ainsworth rebounding the ball in the second half. They out-rebounded Mullen 21-13 in the second half after being out-rebounded by, or 19-13 rather, after being out-rebounded 24-18 in the first half. So the teams both in the game with 37 rebounds. Bulldogs turned it over 9 times in the second half after 9 turnovers in the first half for 18. Mullen had 8 turnovers in the second half, 7 of those in the third quarter as the Bulldogs drew closer. They cleaned it up with just 1 turnover in the fourth, and that came late with the starters out of the game. 13 turnovers, Mullen +5. Boy, big difference at the free throw line where Ainsworth was 12 for 21. Mullen finished just 3 for 12. But a big game offensively for Jenna Donahoe. The sophomore post finishes with a game-high 19. She hit 2 threes in the game, added 11 rebounds for a double-double. Grayson Painter a double-double for Ainsworth with 18 points and 13 boards. Those two were the only 2 players in double figures in the ballgame. For Mullen, 19 points, 11 boards for Jenna Donahoe. Off the bench, Chloe Newman, 8 points. 8 rebounds, had a great game off the bench with extended minutes with several of the Mullen Broncos in foul trouble. 7 points all in the first half for leading scorer Haley Donahoe. 5 points for Bryn McCulley, including a 3 in the second half. A first half 3 for Brecken Burney off the bench. 3 points for Callie Licking with 1 for 2 at the line. She fouled out with 4:54 to go, battled foul trouble for most of the second half. And a bucket in the second half for Riley Hegland. Rebounding-wise, Jenna Donahoe with 11, Haley Donahoe with 8, Chloe Newman with 8. 4 apiece for Callie Licking and Bryn McCulley, and 2 for Riley Hegland. I had 4 assists for Callie Licking, 3 apiece for Riley Hegland, Haley Donahoe, and Jenna Donahoe. 2 assists for Bryn McCulley. I had Mullen with 3 blocks, 1 each for Chloe Newman, Haley Donahoe, and Jenna Donahoe. Callie Licking, the only victim of fouls. She fouled out with 4:54 remaining. For the Ainsworth Bulldogs, a double-double from Grayson Painter, 18 points, 13 boards. Grayson went 4 for 7 at the free throw line. Then it was 7 points for Willa Flynn. Willa Flynn got to the line a bunch. She went 5 for 10 at the free throw line. 5 points all in the second half for Peyton Sears before she appeared to injure a right ankle in the second half. She hit a 3, the only West Plains Bank 3 of the game for Ainsworth, as especially in the first half. They were really cold shooting the basketball from the outside. 4 points off the bench for Adeline Doak. 2 free throws in the first half and hit a bucket in the fourth quarter. It was a bucket for Kinley Welke in the second half and a first half free throw for Jaylee Good. Your scoring for the Bulldogs. Painter led the way with 13 rebounds for Ainsworth. It was 8 for Willa Flynn, 8 for Jaylee Good. 4 boards for Peyton Sears, 3 for Kinley Welke, and 1 for Adeline Doak. I had the Bulldogs with just 5 assisted baskets today. 2 for Willa Flynn, 1 each for Grayson Painter, Jaylee Good, and Adeline Doak, and had Painter with the lone block for the Bulldogs. 47-37 is our final. We're joined here at the top of McAndrew Gymnasium by coach of the Bulldogs, Sandy Nelson. And, well, after kind of a slow start, Sandy, the girls kind of found their gear in the second half, but just a little too big of a hole to overcome.
Yeah, we just had too many turnovers. Not quite trusting our offense for some reason tonight and not trusting us to get the ball. So just, lay off on some of those turnovers will be good.
Well, it was interesting. Mullen played straight man-to-man. You've seen a lot of box and one this year with Grayson, but they went man-to-man. But when you brought the high ball screens, they were literally jumping out and doubling Grayson. And when she tried to dump it over the top, they did a pretty good job rotating over to the screener, and you just weren't able to find on that rotation that secondary pass once Grayson got it to the screener to find that open player.
Yeah, we knew they were going to be worried about Grayson. Most teams that we play are. That's why in the second half we moved her to one of the people that was doing the screens, because we knew they were going to worry about her and we would get some open shots. And we got a lot of nice looks, just maybe not making them, but I'm happy with the shots that we took in that second half.
Yeah, really had a lot of open looks against the man-to-man. They just weren't falling in the first half or for much of the game from the outside. Tell you what, Willa Flynn, a nice job. She was aggressive today on both ends of the floor, really battled on the boards and got to the free throw line 10 times.
Yeah, one thing that we're lack some of the time is confidence. And I think in the first half, we lacked a lot of confidence in thinking that we could play the game of basketball, and we talked about it at halftime, and I thought we came out a little bit more aggressive and a lot more confident in what we could do, and I said, control what you can control.
Well, that third quarter, you're down by 18 at the half, maybe a point where the kids would hang their heads a little bit, but that didn't happen at all, and you really came out and cut into that lead right away. The defense really stepped up, held Mullen to just 4 points. I think you forced 7 turnovers in the third quarter after forcing only 5 in the first half, so you had to like the way your team responded.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've never had while I've been here is a group that'll hang their head. They've always fought to the very end, no matter what the score is, so I'm very proud of them for that.
Well, you get a short little breather here. It's about your longest breather of the season other than the moratorium, it seems like, as you've just played your 11th game here on the 2nd of January. But you'll turn around and host a Burwell team on Tuesday that you should like your chances of being able to be competitive with and maybe get a W.
Yeah, we just need to come out and know how that we can play the game. And just one thing we worry about sometimes is the things that we can't control. And we talked about today at halftime is go do the things that you can do and control those things. And so we're just going to keep working on what we can control and get better at that.
Well, thanks for bringing this freezing rain and ice back from Vegas with you. So.
Yeah, it was cold. It was cold there. Not gonna lie.
I was listening to the Husker pregame, and it was about noon here, and it was about 10 o'clock out there, and the temperature out there at 10 a.m. was 52, and it was 54 here at Ainsworth on the midday. So
You know, we did get some looks. Jake was wearing shorts, and everybody's like, "What are you doing?" And there's people in parkas, and we're just sweatshirts. So I mean, it was cold, but it wasn't too bad.
all right, well, appreciate the time, Sandy. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Thank you.
Coach Sandy Nelson joining us here on the post game on KBRB. 47-37 is the final. Mullen with the win over the Bulldogs. Let's award our first class auto performances of the game. And when it comes to vehicle sales and service, you can score more with a trip to First Class Auto on Main Street in Ainsworth. Boy, they've got a great selection of vehicles on the Main Street lot right now. Just drive by, check those out, or stop in, talk to Square and crew, and let them go through what they have in the inventory. And, of course, they can do new as well in Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram products. Great body shop and service department as well. That's at First Class Auto, Main Street in Ainsworth. When you go first class. Performances of the game for the Mullen Broncos, who improved to 4-3 on the season. It will be Jenna Donahoe and Chloe Newman today. Jenna, 19 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, and a block, a double-double for the sophomore. She played a fantastic game and really made some clutch buckets when the Broncos needed them in that second half when their offense started to stall. She scored in the second half 10 of Mullen's 17 points. And the other, Chloe Newman, off the bench, played extended minutes with the foul trouble from the Broncos starters. Newman had 8 points and 8 rebounds in the ball game. Newman on the season averages just 2.8 points and 3.7 boards per game. So a great game for Newman. 8 points, 8 rebounds, and a block off the bench. They'll be your performers of the game. For Mullen, for Ainsworth, it'll be Grayson Painter and Willa Flynn today. Grayson, 18 points, 13 boards, an assist, and a block. Another double-double as she faced constant double teaming from this Mullen squad off of the high screen and roll game. But Willa Flynn, nice game for her. Well, she'll be our second performer of the game for Ainsworth. Got to the free throw line 10 times, making 5 of those. Finished with 7 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. They'll be your performers of the game for the Ainsworth Bulldogs. 47-37, those your first class auto performances of the game. And we'll take a quick break, come back, get you ready for our boys matchup between the Broncos and the Bulldogs on KBRB.
Big G Oil. Dave Garrison offers mobile oil change services anytime, anywhere. Tractors, semis, irrigation engines, RVs. No mess, convenient, and hassle-free. Call 402-760-0151 and let the oil change come to you.
Vero Wireless is your one-stop shopping destination for all of your communication needs. Whether you're looking for cell phones, accessories, home internet service, or home phone service, Vero has you covered with the lowest rates and the best coverage in the industry. Stop on down at our store corner of Highway 20 in Main and Ainsworth. Vero Wireless, we are where you are.
A plumber who shows up in a flash? Call on Lytle Plumbing. From annoying drips to new construction, septic tank install to emergency calls. You just want someone experienced, reliable, and honest. John Davis and his crew show up. Call 402-760-0450.
At GrowVantage, we know high performance when we see it. It's not just agronomics and hybrids to us. It's making every farm and every farmer more successful. For your Pioneer hybrid seed, water management services, and crop consultation, go with GrowVantage, just east of Ainsworth.
Put your project in good hands with Sean Furno Construction, offering complete general contracting services, home renos, window installs, siding, roofing, decks, new builds, you name it. Call on Sean Furno Construction at 402-382-8093.
Get your game on at Palmer Embroidery and Boutique. You can get your Bulldog gear here. Not just for students, we have all fans covered, including parents and grandparents. Bulldog Pride? It's kind of a really big deal at your locally owned hometown boutique on Main Street in Ainsworth.
Making car shopping fun again. Whether you're in the market for brand new or pre-owned, shop the great selection at William Crotter Company, where service is a family tradition. See them at 305 West Douglas in O'Neill, or you can find them on Facebook and CrotterAuto.com.
Well, we welcome you back here on KBRB, FM 92, KBRB.net. Again, we're on the FM side with the Bulldogs tonight as we have pregame of Husker men's basketball home against Michigan State. As the Huskers, rated number 13 in the country, host the number 9 Michigan State Spartans. And we'll be able to bring you that game tonight on AM 14, FM 106.3, as our scheduled game here on 92.7 was postponed North Central was scheduled to host Elgin Public Pope John tonight, and those games got moved to tomorrow. So we will have those tomorrow afternoon on KBRB, and that'll be on AM 14, FM 106.3 is on 92.7. Here in the web tomorrow afternoon, we'll have the Westhold Huskies home to Hardington Newcastle. So a little bit of a change in the schedule with the postponement of the North Central Elgin Public Pope John games. Able to get you Husker basketball tonight, and then it'll be a doubleheader tomorrow for high school hoops with North Central and EPPJ on AM 14, FM 106.3, and here on 92.7 in the web, West Holt taking on Hardington Newcastle in a GNAC matchup. We're about 7 minutes away from the start of our boys varsity game on KBRB as the 3-1 Mullen Broncos face the 1-9 Ainsworth Bulldogs. Boy, we're into the first part of January, and there's been a 6 games played differential here. Mullen 3-1 on the season. They have not played a game since December 19th when they picked up a 57-47 win over Cody Kilgore. Mullen started the year with a win on the road at Sutherland, 36-30. Then won a road game at a 3-5 Hyannis team, 47-37. Lone loss for the Broncos, 47-32 at the hands of 6-2 Anselmo Myrna, who Ainsworth has seen. And then Mullen on the 19th in their final game of the month picked up the 10-point win over the Cowboys of Cody Kilgore. Ainsworth has played 10 games, including 2 holiday tournaments. Bulldogs have played 4 games since the last time Mullen saw the floor. Ainsworth coming off its first win of the season, 67-49 over Winside in the third-place game of the Summerland Holiday Tournament. The Bulldogs 9 losses to start the year, but they're starting to get pieces back, and they are about as close to full strength as they have been all year, as did see Graham Deuster and Jacob Ortner back in uniform for Ainsworth this evening. And that's after getting back Jackson Rucker in the Pleasanton Holiday Tournament after he missed the first 6 Bulldog games, and getting back senior Witten Painter Monday and Tuesday in the Summerland Holiday Tournament after Witten missed the first 8 games of the season. So the Bulldogs will be another different starting lineup, as they have really had about different starting lineups every night with the injuries and illnesses that have gone through the team. But this will likely be closer to what you'll see of the starting lineup going forward for this Ainsworth team, and they'll have a much deeper bench available than they've had at any point this season. So Ainsworth in that win over Winside had 4 players in double figures. 17 from both Witten Painter and Zane Evans in that game, a dozen from Chris Fernandez, a dozen from Kyle Fernandez, 8 points from Jackson Rucker. Rucker and Bates and Raymond each had 9 boards in that ball game, as Ainsworth put up a season high in points with that 18-point win over a Winside team that is now 4-5. Again, Anselmo Myrna, the only common opponent, both teams with losses to the Coyotes. So this Mullen team has played just 4 games. They are led offensively by senior Jacob Walker, who averages about 13 points per ball game to go along with 8 rebounds. And then you get senior Alex Werner. He is averaging just shy of 10 points and 7 boards per ball game. Then Ben Werner, a sophomore, averaging better than 8 points per ball game. And Nicholas Gonzalez averaging 6 points per game. And you get Daniel Wright off the bench, averaging 5 per ball game for this Mullen Bronco team that averages 43 points per game on the season. Well, Ainsworth boosted its season scoring average with the 67 points on Tuesday in the win over Winside. In fact, they had their previous high scoring night the night before when they put up 49 in a 17-point loss to Summerland, who won that holiday tournament. So the Bulldogs starting to get pieces back and get things more close to what you'll see going through for the rest of the season, as they're led by Chris Fernandez, who is averaging about 11 points per ball game. Witten Painter now averaging in double figures in his first 2 games back. And then you have from there Zane Evans up to about 8 points per game. You have Leading the team in rebounds, Jackson Rucker at 9 boards per game in the 4 since he has come back. Bates and Raymond also having a very strong season on the glass as a sophomore. So some of these players that have started for the Bulldogs, these sophomores in Bates and Raymond, Kyle Fernandez, along with Graham Dooster and Bear Ray, might be the deepest bench that the Bulldogs will have had all season long. So it's a 2-player senior class that starts, and then a bundle of sophomores that will see your playing time for Ainsworth. Let's introduce you to the starting lineups, brought to you by Three River, your area telecommunications and technology leader. We'll start with the 3-1 Mullen Broncos, coached by Brad White, assisted by Derek Hanks. Mullen will start number 2, Brandon Harden, 5'11", and a junior. Number 4, Alex Werner, a 5'11" senior. Number 5, Ben Werner, a 5'8" sophomore. Number 14, Jacob Walker, 6'2", and a senior. And number 23, Nicholas Gonzalez, he is 5'8", and a junior. Your starters for the Mullen Broncos. Lineups brought to you by Three River. If you need a reliable fiber internet connection, look no further than Three River Communications. Three Rivers fiber internet service keeps your streaming, gaming, and video meetings running smoothly and stress-free. Three River also has telephone service and great cable television options available. Don't settle for the ordinary when you can enjoy the extraordinary. Visit threeriver.net or give them a call at 866-569-2666. Three River, they are proud to support high school sports here on KBRB. Now the starting lineup for the 1-9 Ainsworth Bulldogs, coached by Jake Nelson, who is back on the bench tonight, assisted by Clint Painter and Mandy Evans. The Bulldogs will start number 1, 5'10" senior Chris Fernandez. Joining him will be number 3, Zane Evans, 5'10", and a sophomore. Number 15, Jacob Ortner, back after missing the 2 holiday tournaments. Jacob is a 6'2" sophomore. Number 21, Jackson Rucker, 6'2", and a sophomore in the starting lineup, along with number 22, senior Witten Painter at 5'10". So this will be another new starting lineup for the Ainsworth Bulldogs. Lineups have been brought to you by Three River. We will take a break as they introduce the starters to those here in attendance at McAndrew Gymnasium. Still time to make the ball game if you're listening to us here this evening or watching this one on the Ainsworth Community Schools video feed. We'll have the tip from McAndrew Gymnasium between the Mullen Broncos and the Ainsworth Bulldogs. After these messages, lineups have been brought to you by Three River.
Healthy cattle are the foundation of a healthy food supply. Consistent growth has allowed Bijan Feedlot to build trust with their customers, providing them with the ease of knowing their cattle are in great hands. Let Bijan Feedlot of Ainsworth guide you in your cattle feeding and agricultural endeavors.
Your go-to choice for ag and industrial steelwork is Winters Millwright in Ainsworth. Evan Winters has over 2 decades of experience and an expert team who are proud to offer construction, machinery installation, maintenance, repairs, and innovative solutions.
Dr. Cherie Stephen with Sandhills Animal Health Care Center of Ainsworth. For all your animal health care, large to small animals and family pets, Dr. Cherie Stephen with Sandhills Animal Health Care Center, located 1 mile east and 1/2 mile south of Ainsworth.
Scott Rosichka with Soother's Feed, a second-generation nutrition-first company that truly cares if you're successful. With our products from everything from mineral to cubes, custom feeds, consultations, heifer development programs, feedstock supplier programs, we can do it all. That's Scott Rosichka with Soother Feeds, 402-358-2083.
Alrighty, we're about ready to go here from McAndrew Gymnasium. Varsity boys matchup tonight, Ainsworth and Mullen. Mullen will be in its road black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters and the gold stripe. Ainsworth in its home whites with the red numbers and letters and the red and black stripe. Bulldogs will go from left to right, from south to north, as we call it here in the first half. It will be Jacob Walker with a face shield jumping up against Jacob Ortner for Ainsworth. We are ready to go, and the tip is controlled by Zane Evans and the Bulldogs. And we will see, looks like a 2-3 zone from Mullen to start the game. Ortner on the left wing into the corner to Chris Fernandez. Up top to Witten Painter. Painter on the right wing to Ortner. Here's Zane Evans in the corner. Gets it poked away, gets it back, needs some help. Got the 5-second count on. Finally finds Chris Fernandez. 15 on the shot clock. High poster Rucker gets it off to Chris Fernandez. Jumper on the right elbow. Won't fall. They battle for the board. Painter able to save it, but inbounds into the hands of Brandon Harden. Mullen gets a stop. Now we'll see a little zone defense from the Bulldogs. Looks like a 2-3 zone into the left corner. They throw it inside. That is Harden. Kicks it out for a three. Ben Werner. That one won't go, but the offensive rebound collected. Putback won't go for Jacob Walker, and Jacob Ortner secures the board for the Bulldogs. So each team comes up empty on their opening possession, and there's a foul on Mullen on the drive by Chris Fernandez. It will be whistled on Ben Werner. First whistle of the game comes 58 seconds in. Each team has had one possession. Ainsworth gets it in, catch and shoot three, Witten Painter, and it's a West Plains Bank triple for Witten Painter. The senior back in and knocks down the three. He had 5 of those on Tuesday in the win over Windside. He gets the first one to go, and now we've got a whistle. And a foul before the shot will go on Ainsworth as Jackson Rucker gets called for a push out on the perimeter. First whistle against Ainsworth with the ball. Jacob Walker inbounds on an outlet to Harden. Into the left corner to Werner. Now they go inside to Walker. Walker gets double teamed, kicks it out. Three for Gonzalez is good. Nicholas Gonzalez answers with a triple on the assist from Jacob Walker after they double teamed him inside. Left corner Evans to Painter. Witten on the drive, pull up 16-footer, short armed it. Rebound saved inbounds by Ortner, but right into the hands of Alex Werner. Here comes Mullen, game tied at 3. Each team's hit one triple. In the left corner, Ben Werner swinging around to Gonzalez. Zane Evans closes out quickly this time around. Gonzalez skip pass to Ben Werner, high post to Walker. They collapse on him. Turnaround jumper off the glass too strong. Rucker with the weak side board. Here comes Painter up the floor for the Bulldogs. Witten picked up at top of the key by Werner. Now to Fernandez. Chris guarded by Gonzalez. Into the left corner to Evans. Zane needs some help. Bounces it to no one. And it's picked off by Ben Werner. Ahead, crossover. Well, can't get the shot to go. Jacob Walker on the offensive board puts it in. So the turnover bites Ainsworth, and Mullen has its first lead at 5-3. Here's Painter, catch and shoot three. Short again. Fernandez saves the ball, but into the hands of Ben Werner. Ahead it goes to Gonzalez. And his layup is good as they beat the Bulldogs down the floor. It's a 7-point run for Mullen, and they lead at 7-3 here in the early stages. Painter, skip pass to Zane Evans. He'll take a three right wing. That one's off the front rim. Rucker tips the rebound to himself. Can't quite save it as it is into the hands of Walker. Jackson got a hand on that one a couple of different times, but Walker was able to snare it. 7-3. Mullen by 4 into the corner. Jacob Walker wearing a big face shield. High post to Harden. Back to Walker. Extra pass. Ben Werner, three left wing is good. 10-0 run for Mullen on the second assist for Jacob Walker. Ainsworth hit the first point of the game with the Witten Painter three, but it's been all Mullen since. Fernandez drives the baseline into the corner. Zane Evans answers with a West Plains Bank three on the assist from Chris Fernandez, who drove the baseline, drew the traffic, kicked it into the corner to the open shooter. Bulldogs have 2 West Plains Bank threes to start the game, and that ends the 10-point Mullen run. 10-6 is your score about midway through quarter number 1. Werner, deep left wing as Ainsworth stays in the 2-3 zone. Inside, now kick it into the corner. Gonzalez for three. He's got another one on the assist from Ben Werner. Nicholas Gonzalez has 8 early points, and it's a 13-6 lead for Mullen. High post to Rucker. They collapse on him. Jackson into the left corner, looking for Evans, and he's going to shuffle the feet as he tried to drive. Laid it in, but the shuffle of the feet is the first turnover, or the second turnover of the game for Ainsworth. 13-6, first substitutions into the game as Jackson Vinton comes in for Mullen. He's a 6'3 junior. In comes sophomore Graham Deuster for Ainsworth as out goes Jacob Ortner. Also see Daniel Wright in for Mullen. He's a 6' junior. He comes in for Walker. 13-6 Mullen. with the lead and the basketball, up 7. Into the right corner. Werner has it knocked away, saved by Harden. Werner dumps it inside, poked away by Deuster, but he'll get called for the push and the foul. That on Graham is his first. Ainsworth brings in Bates and Raymond and Kyle Fernandez. 2 sophomores into the game, and again, a much deeper bench already for Ainsworth. Out go Rucker and Painter. 3:29 to play in the first. 13-6, Mullen on top and with the basketball. Harden throws it in to Gonzalez, who's had the big first quarter with 8. High post, Harden gets double teamed, kicks it out to Gonzalez through his hand, recovers. Here's Werner, bounces it inside to right, out to Gonzalez for another 3, and that one gets wedged up in between the rim and the backboard. Graham Deuster can't quite reach it, as we're going to have to find somebody. There, look at Zane Evans hop up and get the ball. So a possession arrow will keep it with Mullen. As in that scenario, it is a jump ball, so Mullen keeps it 13-6 with, they shouldn't give him a fresh 35, I don't think. Out top it goes. They did reset the shot clock erroneously. Harden with it on the left wing. Into the corner, Gonzalez. He's open again. This one won't go, but the offensive rebound put back is good for Jackson Vinton. Mullen with a big advantage on the glass early, and they lead by 9, 15-6. Left corner to Evans, to Deuster, to Kyle Fernandez. Now to Bates and Raymond, into the right corner to Chris. Through the hands of Graham Deuster, and it'll go into the backcourt. Bulldogs turn it over for the 3rd time. Painter quickly in off the bench, as will be Rucker. Back in, out go Deuster and Kyle Fernandez. Alex Werner back in for Mullen. Out will go Harden. Jacob Walker back in as well after a quick breather. He replaces Gonzalez. 15-6, Mullen with the lead and the ball. Walker up top, playing catch on the wing with Werner. Dumps it into the corner, 2 Mullen players there. Werner has it knocked out of his hands, gets it in the paint, kicks it out for a 3. Alex Werner, way too strong. Bates and Raymond down with the board. Bateson's giving the Bulldogs some good rebounding. Undersized little post player is Bateson. They go high post. Rucker triple team, gets it to Painter. Out to Evans for 3. They ain't too strong. Rebound tapped around. And Walker comes out of there with it for his 4th board. Ainsworth settling for a lot of 3-point shots here in this opening quarter. Down by 9. 2 minutes to play. 15-6. Mullen 3-1 on the year. Ainsworth at 1-9. Coming off their first win of the year. High post. Turnaround jumper is good for Daniel Wright. The assist for Vinton, 17-6, Mullen by 11. Raymond needs some help, skips it up top to Witten Painter. Now back into the corner to Bateson. Against the zone, up top, Witten for 3. That one's short again. Witten's short-armed about 3 of them. Zane Evans fires the ball back in as he barrels into the padding on the baseline, but it's into the stands, and it will go back to Mullen. Raymond out, Ortner back in for Ainsworth. Harden comes back in as out goes Ben Werner for Mullen. 17-6 now. Mullen on a 17-3 run since Ainsworth got the game's first points. Bulldog offense is slowed to a trickle here. There's a knock away by Fernandez in the lane. Goes to Painter, now ahead to Evans. He gets it poked away from behind, but saved by Painter. Witten on the drive, lays it up, can't get the finish, and the rebound down to Daniel Wright. Good drive by Painter, just didn't get the finish to go. Back the other way, Werner's jumper, no. Rebound down to Ortner. He clears the board. Jacob's 2nd rebound here of the quarter. Down to a minute left. Bulldogs trail by 17. High post to Rucker, give and go to Painter. Flip shot won't go. And the rebound down to Walker. Ainsworth against zones, really trying to use that high post, as Painter's going to get called for a reach-in foul to knock the ball away from Walker. That's the first on Witten, 3rd team foul on Ainsworth, 48.8 seconds to play in the quarter. As Bates and Raymond back in, he'll replace Evans. Mullen bringing subs in as well, as Gonzalez back in along with Ben Werner. Out will go Wright and Vinton. Mullen up by 11, 17-6. They've hit 3 threes in the quarter. Bulldogs with 2. That's been it for Ainsworth. This one knocked away by Ortner, but saved. Now it's loose, and Rucker comes away with a steal. Second turnover by the Broncos. Here comes Fernandez. Tries a crossover dribble, saved by Ortner. They'll reset. Jacob needs some help. Tries to get it off to Painter. Witten into the right baseline. Tries to dump it down low for Ortner, and it's stolen away by Walker. Now 2-on-2 the other way. Harden in. Can't get the layup to go, but he'll draw the foul and go to the line for 2. So the turnover leads to points potential for Mullen as the foul whistled on Chris Fernandez. So with 18.2 seconds to go, Brandon Harden to the line for the first free throws of the game for the Broncos. First one is perfect. It's a 12-point lead for 3-1 Mullen here on the road. First game since the 19th. They've played 6 fewer games than Ainsworth. I'm not sure I've ever seen that kind of disparity at this time of the year. Harden pours in both. And the Mullen lead, its largest at 13 points. Ainsworth can try to hold for one. High post to Rucker. Turns, kicks it to Raymond on the wing. To Painter. Back to Rucker. They clear traffic through. Jackson kicks it to Ortner on the baseline with 3 seconds. They got to get a shot away. Deep elbow jumper for Fernandez off the front rim at the buzzer. And Mullen, a good start to this ball game on the Tri-County Bank scoreboard. They lead the Ainsworth Bulldogs 19-6.
Quality Construction, Posel Construction of Long Pine, a family-owned business specializing in all forms of general contracting. They're your local dealer for Pella Windows. Matt and Jess Posel. Call 402-273-2929.
Join those who have not only found relief from pain, but a pathway to wellness with Finish Line Chiropractic. They're proud to offer soft-wave tissue regeneration at the O'Neill office and in Bassett at the Rock County Hospital on Tuesdays. For appointments, go to finishlinehealth.com.
Madison's Great Western, west of Ainsworth, serves all your fertilizer, fuel, and propane needs. Give them a call at 387-2870. Stop by the office with Bob Well. You'll find Madison's Great Western makes your fertilizer and fuel needs their #1 priority.
Welcome you back here on KBRB, FM 92, KBRB.net. Originally, we were going to have North Central and EPPJ on this side of the dial, but that game postponed to tomorrow due to the travel conditions. But Mullen was able to make it up from Hooker County to the south, and it is a good start for the Mullen Broncos, just like it was in the girls' game. Mullen jumped out to a 17-5 lead after one in the girls' game. They lead 19-6 after one here in the boys' matchup. Mullen has not played since the 19th. They've played just 4 games. Bulldogs have played 10, including 2 holiday tournaments. This is their 3rd game this week. Got a full complement of players, do the Bulldogs. High post to Rucker, tried to throw it to Painter. And that's, Painter says, my bad, as he kind of stopped on the drive, and Ainsworth turns it over for the 5th time to start the second quarter. Bulldogs trail 19-6, so Mullen gets a stop and now owns the possession arrow. Starting 5 back out there, it looks like, for both teams. Harden, Werner, Walker, and Gonzalez. As there's a knock away by Chris Fernandez, saved by Werner. There's a steal by Rucker as he jumps the passing lane. Ainsworth gets it right back after committing the turnover. Fernandez, jump stop, out to Evans, fakes the 3 to Painter. Painter with a fake, kicks it out to Fernandez. Chris into the corner to Zane Evans. Looking for somebody, finds Fernandez in the corner. Skip pass to Painter, 3 on the right wing. Witten, that one around and out. And Rucker's going to get called over the back on the rebound, as that's going to be Jackson's 2nd. So he was out of position, tried to climb over somebody on the weak side to tap the rebound. So he just picked up his 2nd foul. 7:15 to go in the half. Clock still not running. Now it finally gets started. On the right wing is Walker. Into the hands of Gonzalez. Walker fakes the 3, loses the dribble. On the wing to Gonzalez against the Ainsworth zone. High post to Walker, goes down low, and the shot is up and in from Werner with a good head fake. Alex Werner on the assist from Jacob Walker. 21-6, Mullen by 15 over the Bulldogs. Painter into the left corner to Zane Evans, bounces it up top to Chris Fernandez. Chris off the dribble, Jump stop, double team, kicks it out to Rucker, fakes the three, goes to Fernandez in the corner. Chris flips it into the baseline. It's knocked out of bounds. Will stay with Ainsworth. Rucker exits with the 2 fouls as Bates and Raymond back into the game. They started the shot clock over. Should not have been. It's not been a great day for the clock crew as there's a 3 that won't go for Witten, but Fernandez taps the rebound back out to Painter. Ainsworth gets a fresh 35 now. Fernandez high post to Ortner in the lane. Double teams. Got to get out of the lane. Gets it to Evans. Zane on the drive. Gets shut off. Good defense. Mullen moving its feet well. Ainsworth just not finding anything easy. Skip pass to Painter. On the left wing. Witten dribbles into a double team. Kicks it out to Chris. Around to Evans. 10 on the shot clock. Zane for 3 off the side of the iron. And Raymond knocks the rebound off of Alex Werner. Good play by Bateson to save a possession for Ainsworth. 6 minutes to go in the half. Bulldogs have been in about a 7-minute drought. They hit 2 threes in the first 3.5 minutes of the game, and that has been it as Mullen has gone on a big run here. 11-0 run for the Broncos to go up 21-6. Raymond in the right corner loses the dribble, needs help, throws it right into the hands of Ben Werner. Turnover Bulldogs. Werner reverse layup is good. 6 turnovers for Ainsworth have cost the Bulldogs, and they trail by 17 here in the first half to the 3-1 Broncos. This pass on a wing, knocked away and stolen by Ben Werner again. Ahead to Gonzalez. Takes it down the lane, misses the shot, and Bates and Raymond down with the board. Bulldogs really struggling on the offensive end. Fernandez knifes through traffic. Reverse layup, too strong. And the rebound down to Walker. Everything there for Chris except the finish. He pokes it away from Walker, but into the hands of Harden. Back to Walker. Layup left hand is good. Walker with 4 points, and it is all Mullen. 25-6 as we approach the 5-minute mark in the first half. This Mullen zone has really bothered the Bulldogs. Witten takes another 3, top of the key, grazes the front rim. Rebound down to Harden, and he is fouled. That'll go against Bates and Raymond. So Ainsworth just not finding anything offensively here in the first half. That is the first foul on Raymond, 3rd of the quarter on Ainsworth. 4:56 to go. 25-6 Mullen as Jackson Vinton and Daniel Wright back in for the Broncos. Rucker and Graham Deuster return for Ainsworth. It's a 19-point advantage for the Broncos. Gonzalez on the wing, working against Chris Fernandez. Drives the left baseline, throws it into Wright, kicks it to Gonzalez up top to Walker. Gonzalez on the left wing had the big first quarter with 8. Still 14 on the shot clock. Gonzalez high post. This one knocked away, saved, out for a 3. Ben Werner, that one won't go. Rucker down with the board. Painter throws it ahead. Nice catch by Zane to save it. Bounces it back to Witten. Up top to Chris. Fakes the 3. Pull up from the left elbow. Too strong. Rebound down to Deuster. He's caught in the lane. And a jump ball. Possession arrow to Mullen. So Deuster will get credit for a rebound, but then he is tied up. And we're going to get a timeout taken by Coach Jake Nelson with 4:10 to go in the half, and Ainsworth really struggling offensively. They trail 25-6, and they've been almost 8 minutes of basketball without a point. Come back with more on KBRB after this.
This is Carrie Hess with Sylvius Insurance Group. Livestock Risk Protection, or LRP, is a federally subsidized insurance product that protects against the decline in price over an insurance period for fed cattle, feeder cattle, swine. To learn more, call me at 402-340-0567.
When you need expert electrical service, call on Travis Electric of Ainsworth. Travis Electric provides installation, repair, rewiring, maintenance, and upgrades for residential, commercial, farm, and ranch applications. Timely, reliable, professional, and courteous service, Travis Electric at 402-382-3280.
Welcome you back on KBRB, FM 92, KBRB.net. All Mullen here is Ainsworth ice cold offensively. The Bulldogs trail 25-6. Mullen is on a 15-0 run since an Ainsworth 3 cut the deficit to 10-6. Since that time, Ainsworth has gone about 8 minutes without scoring. Mullen has only put up 6 points here in the second quarter, but it's been enough to push a 13-point lead out to 19. Ainsworth has Evans, Fernandez, Painter, Deuster, and Rucker, the 5 on the floor. Rucker playing with 2 fouls. Right wing to Werner, high post knocked away by Fernandez, but right into the hands of Jackson Vinton. Saved by Mullen, still plenty of time on the shot clock. Left wing, Walker. Near knock away by Evans, and he's going to just bump into Werner. He did all he could to try to avoid the contact, trying to kind of slide away with one leg, but bumps into Ben Werner. That'll be the first foul on Zane, but the 4th foul now in the quarter on Ainsworth. 3:50 to go in the half. Mullen will be in the bonus. The rest of the half. High post, kick it out on the wing, a 3 for Walker. That one in and out, and Rucker is fouled as it will go against Mullen. Vinton comes over the back, and that will give the ball back to Ainsworth. That's the first foul of the quarter on the Broncos. First on Jackson Vinton. 25-6. Here comes Chris Fernandez against the 2-3 zone on the wing to Painter. Bounce at high post to Rucker. Dribbles against a double team. Now finds Painter on the baseline. His jumper short. Rebound. Deuster climbs over Jackson Vinton. Foul on Graham, and we should be walking the other way for free throws. They didn't catch it in the girls' game. Will they on the boys' game? That's 5 fouls. They are going to catch it on this one, and will walk the other way for free throws. They missed that in the first game, as Ainsworth was fouled after Mullen had committed 4 in their 5th. So we'll walk the other way. Jackson Vinton will get 2 free throws here for the Broncos, 25-6. Now they're saying that was only the 4th. I don't know how. I had that as 5 as well, but been a tough night for the score operator. 3:23 to go in the half, 25-6. Ainsworth trailing. It's been a tough night for the Bulldogs, too. So now they move it back and say that was the 4th foul on Ainsworth. So no free throws. Sorry, Jackson Vinton. Mullen gets the basketball. Walker on the left wing, skip pass to Werner. Tries to drive on Painter. Stopped in the lane by Rucker. This pass knocked away by Evans, but right into the hands of Walker, who gets it off to Vinton for the bucket. Walker's 4th assist, 27-6. Painter bounces it toward the high post. It's knocked away and stolen. Ben Werner the other way. Misses the layup. Rucker gets down to get the rebound. Back comes Ainsworth after the 8th Bulldog turnover. Bulldogs really struggling offensively against the zone for Mullen. Ortner on the wing. Drive, spin move in the lane. Gets it to Rucker. On the right elbow. Bounce pass. Nice find inside. Painter with the finish. There's a drought buster. Good find on a little pocket pass in the lane from Rucker. Bounces it to Painter for the finish. Ainsworth finally on the board in the second quarter. There's a miss by Wright, but a good save by Harden on the offensive glass. Out to Harden for 3. That one's short. And the rebound will be off of Werner out of bounds and will go to Ainsworth. Out will go Walker as back in comes Alex Werner. Jacob Walker, how about 4 points, 6 boards, 4 assists in the first half. 2:09 to go in the half. Ainsworth trailing by 19, 27-8. That was their first 2-point field goal and first bucket of the second quarter. Painter up top to Evans. Evans bounces it to Rucker in the high post. Jackson fakes the handoff, gets it out to Painter. 3 on the left wing, too strong. Rebound down to Rucker. Rucker in a triple team, powers through and scores. Jackson Rucker off his 5th rebound. Step through a double team with a little power post move. Puts in his first bucket, 27-10. Ainsworth has scored 4 in a row, but still trails by 17 here in the half. Skip pass, here's Werner on the drive. Puts up the baseline jumper, that won't go, but the offensive rebound down to Alex Werner. He throws it right in the hands of Chris Fernandez. Ahead to Zane Evans for the finish. Bulldogs on a little bit of a run here. to get it back within 15. They've scored 6 in a row, 27-12. High post. Jumper is too strong. Rebound down to Painter on the miss by Wright. Ainsworth with some momentum. Fernandez on the drive, gets it to Rucker. Takes the three, top of the key, off the side of the iron. Rebound, though, down to Jacob Ortner. On the baseline, Jacob gets it to Chris Fernandez. Baseline jumper, good! Chris Fernandez on the rebound and assist by Jacob Ortner. Ainsworth on an 8-point run, and they're back within a baker's dozen at 27-14. Little sign of life here from the Bulldogs after they were mired in a big offensive drought, as Evans is going to get called for a reach-in on Daniel Wright. And that'll put Wright at the line for 2 free throws this time, we believe. 39 seconds to play in the half. That's the second foul on Evans. So he, Rucker, and Deuster each with 2. As to the free throw line, Daniel Wright trying to stop the 8-point run. First free throw clangs off the front of the rim. Back in come Walker and Gonzalez. Out will go Vinton and Ben Werner. 27-14. It was 27-6 about a minute and a half ago. Second free throw here for Daniel Wright. This one is up, and it is good. That stops the 8-0 run. Bulldogs, though, just a 4-second difference. Shot clock to game clock. Fernandez turns the corner, kicks it out to Evans. Now top of the key to Painter. High post to Rucker. Hands it off to Painter. 15-footer. Good. Witten. 7 points now on the second assist for Rucker. And it's a 12-point game. 28-16. Ainsworth was down 27-6 by 21. They've cut it to 12. Mullen looks like they'll try to hold for the final shot. Evans up high. Got to be careful not picking up that third foul. Gets it to Gonzalez, guarded by Chris Fernandez. Now double team. Gonzalez needs help. Throws it up in the air. Knocked away. Saved by Wright. His shot won't go. The rebound putback attempt by Werner is no good at the half, and that will take us to the break. A little bit of momentum to close out the second quarter. Bulldogs finish on a 10-1 run after trailing by as many as 21, but Mullen still with a 12-point lead at the break. It is 28-16. Our Tri-County Bank halftime show comes back next with the Mullen Broncos up by a dozen.
Company of Ainsworth, Bassett, Stewart, Atkinson, O'Neill, Spencer, and Gregory supply all of your building needs, from the tiniest finishing nail to truckloads of lumber. William Crotter Company, where service is a family tradition.
When it comes to health care, the providers at the Ainsworth Family Clinic set a standard in quality that aims to exceed your expectations. Dr. Kenneth Wasmond and nurse practitioners Jennifer Schermeyer, Hillary Goodwin, and Crystal Daly. Better never stops at the Ainsworth Family Clinic.
Hello, I'm Kirk Peterson, an investment advisor representative with Peterson Asset Protection Group. I can help you get your finances in order by taking a look at the big picture. I'll consider your estate, retirement investments, and tax strategies. Let Peterson Asset Protection Group help you put your financial house in order.
Big thanks to KP, Peterson Asset Protection Group on 2nd Street in Ainsworth, bringing you the broadcast and all of our Bulldog sportscasters. We're here on 92.7 on the web with North Central and EPPJ, postponed to tomorrow. That game will be on AM 14, FM 106.3. It will be here on 92.7 tomorrow. West Holt at home against Hartington Newcastle. Here at the break, it is Mullen with a 28-16 lead over the Bulldogs, but Ainsworth trimmed 9 points off that deficit. They trailed 27-6 before finishing the quarter on a 10-1 run to bring it back to at least a manageable deficit here at the break. Mullen outscored Ainsworth 19-6, finished the first quarter on a 9-0 run after the Bulldogs hit a couple early threes to stay within 4 at 10-6, and then Mullen stretched that lead out to 21 as they scored the first 8 points of the second quarter, again before the Bulldogs closed out with a 10-1 run. Really kind of got things going finally a little bit out in transition and in the half court to trim this down to a 12-point game at the break. Ainsworth outscored Mullen 10-9 in the second quarter after giving up the first 8 points and really not scoring for more than 8 minutes of clock from about midway through the first quarter to midway through the second quarter. Big drought for Ainsworth, but a little spurt at the end gets them back within a dozen. It is our Tri-County Bank halftime show on KBRB. Well, running an ag business is hard work. At the Tri-County Bank, they're here to lend a hand. With local financing customized to your needs, your operation can continue to thrive. Work with a team of ag lenders who have deep roots in their communities, because at the Tri-County Bank, they're not just your lenders, they're your neighbors. Stop by one of their branches in Stewart, Atkinson, Bassett, O'Neill. Visit TriCountyBank.com. The Tri-County Bank is member FDIC. We'll take a break, come back, go through our first half statistics, and get our keys to the second half in this 28-16. Mullen lead over Ainsworth at the break. Mullen won the girls' game tonight, 47-37.
Maintain and enhance a beautiful lawn with Paulson's Lawn Service of Ainsworth. Jerry and Norma Paulson. Mowing, lawn cleanup, power raking, aerating, fertilizing, and spraying. They provide free estimates, references gladly given. Paulson's Lawn Service of Ainsworth.
At West Plains Bank, we're proud to offer the financial products and services to help you accomplish your life's goals. West Plains Bank in Ainsworth and Springview, a better way to bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Allen Monuments of Ainsworth offer permanent legacies that memorialize the passing of a loved one. The monument you choose can be customized to reflect the life of your departed one. Serving you with dignity, Allen Monuments on Highway 20, Ainsworth.
Greg Kinsey welcoming you back here on FM 92 KBRB.net and on the Ainsworth Community Schools video stream of this matchup between the Ainsworth Bulldogs and the Mullen Broncos. 28-16. Mullen leads by a dozen at the half. Great first half, first quarter actually from Nicholas Gonzalez. He had 2 threes, scored all 8 of his points in the opening quarter. That's a game-high 8 from Gonzalez. Pretty balanced effort for Mullen. They have 7 players in the scoring column. The only other 3 was hit by Ben Werner. He has 5 in the first half. 4 off the bench for Jackson Vinton. 4 for Jacob Walker. 3 points, 1 for 2 at the line, Daniel Wright. A bucket for Alex Werner and 2 free throws for Brandon Harden. Mullen is 3 for 4 at the free throw line. Committed just 4 turnovers in that first half. Ainsworth had 8. Mullen, 15 rebounds. They're +2 as the Bulldogs had 13 in the first half. 6 rebounds for Jacob Walker. 3 each for Brandon Harden and Alex Werner. 1 each for Daniel Wright, Ben Werner, and Jackson Vinton. I had Jacob Walker with 4 assists in the first half for the Broncos. 1 assist each for Brandon Harden, Ben Werner, and Jackson Vinton. Good first half for Walker. 4 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists for Mullen. Nobody in any kind of foul trouble for Mullen. They committed just 2 fouls the entire first half. For the Ainsworth Bulldogs, 7 points for Witten Painter. He hit his first shot and then was cold before hitting a couple buckets late in the second quarter as part of that 10-1 run. He leads the Bulldogs with 7. 5 for Zane Evans. He hit a 3 in the first quarter and got a lay-in on a breakaway in the second quarter. That's a bucket for Chris Fernandez and a bucket for Jackson Rucker. And that's it for the Bulldogs. Rebounding-wise, Rucker had 5 in the first half. 3 for Jacob Ortner. 2 for Bates and Raymond. 2 for Witten Painter. 1 for Graham Deuster. Had Jackson Rucker with 2 assists, Chris Fernandez with 2 assists, 1 each for Zane Evans and Jacob Ortner in that first half. Foul trouble for Ainsworth, Zane Evans, Graham Deuster, and Jackson Rucker each with 2 fouls. That's a look at your first half statistics. Ainsworth did not attempt a free throw in that first half. Mullen 3 for 4 at the line. Well, let's take a look at your keys to the second half. They're brought to you by Ainsworth Motors. You can see why the difference is a dealer when you stop in and shop at Ainsworth Motors for that best-selling truck in America, the Ford F-Series. New and previously owned Ford F-Series pickups on the lot now at Ainsworth Motors. They can get you those new Ford vehicles at a small-town dealership with great customer service. And, of course, the Broncos in at Ainsworth Motors as well, so check out the Bronco line that's been reintroduced by Ford. Financing incentive options available to qualified buyers at Ainsworth Motors. Also offer great service and body work, repair work as well. That's at Ainsworth Motors, East Highway 20 in Ainsworth. Well, our keys to the second half for Mullen, they kind of got away from getting the ball in the inside in that second quarter after they really worked through Walker in the post. In the first quarter, he had 2 dished out assists for 3-pointers after his play inside kind of collapsed the Bulldog zone. So if I'm Mullen, I want to get back against the zone, working into the post. Too many side-to-side passes in that second quarter that allowed the Bulldogs to get that 10-1 run, kind of get this game back within shouting distance. So if you're Mullen, work through Walker in the post, and good things have and will happen. And for Mullen, would like to see them continue to really press those perimeter shooters. Mullen's done a good job contesting outside shots. Ainsworth had a real cold stretch in that second quarter. So for Mullen, you don't want Ainsworth to try to get heated up from the outside. If you're going to play that zone, really get out there and contest those wing threes. For the Ainsworth Bulldogs, they've got to rebound a little better. They gave up some offensive boards, a few too many turnovers for Ainsworth that led, especially early, to some runouts for Mullen. So for the Bulldogs, take care of the basketball, and you got to try to limit Mullen to one shot. And then offensively, like what they did in the zone, the second quarter, working the ball through the high post. They had a lot of success going through the high post in that win over Windside, who played a zone on Tuesday. So I would like to see them continue to work it through the high post. They run some nice cuts off of that and get some open looks from the wings when they first get the ball into that 15-foot range and start to collapse that 2-3 zone. Those are your keys to the second half, brought to you by Ainsworth Motors. We'll come back with the second 16 minutes. It's our Tri-County Bank halftime show. Mullen leading Ainsworth 28-16. Second half is next.
Rest easy knowing that your child's developmental concerns are heard and checked. Planning Region Team 17 provides early intervention services at no cost to eligible families in Brown, Rock, Kippahaw, and Cherry County. Contact your local school district to learn more.
If you have a demand for concrete, call on Ainsworth Ready Mix to get your project started. Residential, commercial, or industrial concrete jobs, they're committed to providing quality product at an affordable price at Ainsworth Ready Mix, proud supporter of Bulldog Athletics.
So we do have Husker men's basketball tonight over on AM 14 FM 106.3. That was a late ad after we had a ball game canceled that was scheduled originally to be here on 92.7 on the web. That was North Central and EPPJ. That game moved to tomorrow. It will be on AM 14 FM 106.3. Here tomorrow we'll have West Holt at home against Hardington Newcastle coming off the holiday break. West Holt played Tuesday on the road at Lutheran High Northeast. It will be Ainsworth basketball to start the second half. Ainsworth will work from north to south, from right to left as we call it, in their home whites with the red numbers and letters and the black and red stripe. Mullen in its road black uniforms with the gold numbers and letters. Fernandez, high post to Rucker, turns, collapses the defense, takes it inside, puts it up from 6 and scores. Third assist for Chris Fernandez. Rucker now with 4. 28-20 or 28-18, as close as the Bulldogs have been. They got the score right. 10-point lead. This is as close as Ainsworth has been in quite some time. There's a knockaway and a steal by Evans. Zane takes it in, lays it home. Evans with the steal and the layup, and the Bulldogs come off with the first 4 points. Back to a single-digit game. There's a steal by Evans to Fernandez. Back to Zane. Layup is in. A 6-0 spurt for the Bulldogs, and they've got some juice. The 12-point deficit is down to 6. They trailed once by 21 points. They are on a 16-1 run. Werner out to Walker, drives baseline, dumps it into the middle to Harden. Shot up, too strong. Offensive rebound. Put back won't go for Alex Werner, but he is fouled. Will go to the line. Ortner commits the foul. Werner will have a chance at 2 free throws to try to stem the tide here. This was a 21-6, or make that a 27-6 Mullen lead. And since that time, Ainsworth is on a 16-1 run as Werner misses the free throw. That was just the first foul on Ortner. Bulldogs have come out with 6 quick points here in the third quarter. 2 of those keyed by Zane Evans with steals and layups. Werner misses the second free throw. And the rebound down to Ortner. Ahead quickly to Evans. Left side, bounces at high post to Rucker. Takes it in, 6-footer, in and out. Rebound, Chris Fernandez. His shot blocked by Walker. Chris gets it back again. Out to Evans. Fresh 35 for the Bulldogs. Ortner in the right corner. Gets it to Painter, top of the key 3. West Plains Bank triple for Witten. Painter on the assist by Ortner. And a timeout, Mullen. taken by Coach Brad White as the Ainsworth Bulldogs have scored the first 9 points of the third quarter, and what was once a 21-point deficit is down to 3. The momentum in white and red here at McAndrew Gymnasium, 28-25. Mullen hanging on to a 3-point lead early third quarter.
I am April Good, Associate Broker with Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, specializing in farm, ranch, and recreational sales as well as residential property. With my office in Ainsworth, I'm here to help sellers and buyers like you make the most of your move.
Ainsworth Auto Parts is now Auto Value, located along Richardson Drive, right along East City Park. They offer oil, fluids, wax and paint, accessories, tools and shop supplies, as well as ag and heavy duty parts. We've got the parts, we've got the smarts. Ainsworth Auto Parts, your Auto Value parts store.
It is a 9-0 run for the Ainsworth Bulldogs, and stretching back to the second quarter, this is a 19-1 Bulldog run to go from down 27-6 to a 28-25 ball game. Zane Evans keying the run with 2 steals and layups. A 3 from Witten Painter puts him into double figures with 10, and it is a 3-point possession ball game. Gonzalez flips it ahead to Werner as the Bulldogs stay in the 2-3 zone. High post. They get it to Walker on the baseline. His jumper is short. Rebound down to Chris Fernandez. Ainsworth a chance to tie with a 3 or close within 1. High post to Rucker. Out to Painter. 3 for the tie. Got it! Witten Painter on a West Plains Bank 3 on the assist from Rucker, and we're tied. 28 apiece. Bulldogs on a 22-1 run to go from down 21 to a tie ball game. They double team in the post. Harden, he gets it outside to Walker. Walker turns the corner, dumps it down to Harden. Shot won't go. Rebound to Rucker. The Bulldogs have a chance to take the lead after being down 21. Fernandez on the drive, skips through a double team, can't get the shot to go. And the board down to Harden, forced a little bit there from Chris as he tried to knife his way into the paint. Good challenge by Mullen. Gonzalez on the left wing, gets it up top to Werner, around to Walker. Walker on the high wing, gets it out to Gonzalez, now to Werner, drives baseline, knocked away from him, and off his leg and out of bounds. Witten Painter forces the turnover. Mullen's turned it over 3 times here in the third quarter. Bulldogs are on a 12-0 run in the third to tie it, and it's a 22-1 run since the Bulldogs were down 27-6. Mullen's gone man-to-man, pull-up jumper for the lead is good. Chris Fernandez has the bucket on the assist from Witten Painter, and Ainsworth on top for the second time all game. Here's a 3. Werner can't answer. Painter down after the rebound. Bodies on the floor, and it'll be a tie-up. Chris Fernandez ties it up with Harden, and Alex Werner, possession arrow, keeps it with Mullen. The Bulldogs from down 27-6 are up 30-28. That's a 24-1 run. Ortner out, Raymond in. This is a Bulldog team as close to full strength as we've seen all season between injury and illness. Inside, Walker can't get the baseline shot, the mid-range shot to go. Offensive rebound, put back, good, and the foul. Alex Werner with a big answer for Mullen to stem the tide and tie the game. The foul goes on Bates and Raymond, who just came back in for Ortner. Tied at 30. That's the first field goal since the mid-second quarter for Mullen, so both teams have had nearly 8-minute droughts in this game. Free throw won't go for Werner. Rucker skies for the board, his 7th rebound. Mullen is just 3 for 7 at the line. Deep 3, Painter. That one front rim, but he follows his shot. Comes down with the offensive board. Witten will get a new 35 for the Bulldogs. Out top to Rucker as the Broncos have now switched and gone man-to-man. Inside the paint to Evans. Shot blocked by Walker, and it's off of Evans' head and out of bounds. Good block there by Walker, his 2nd. Tied at 30. Does Mullen now have an answer? They were in cruise control in that second quarter, leading 27-6. They're now in a 30-30 ball game. We still have 4:15 to play in the third. Walker into the left corner. Dribbles back out onto the wing. High post to Harden. Dumps it down the baseline to Werner. Extra pass is knocked out of bounds and will stay with Mullen. 19 on the shot clock, 4:07 to play in the third. Mullen has played just 4 games. This is Ainsworth's 11th game of the season. There's a knockaway by Fernandez, still loose, gets it ahead to Zane Evans on the steal, misses the layup. Raymond down with the board, and he's fouled. The Bulldogs force another turnover. Nifty hands from Chris Fernandez. Poked it ahead to Evans. He couldn't finish. Raymond, though, chases after it, gets the offensive rebound, and draws the foul on Jacob Walker. Into the game for the Bulldogs comes Bear Ray for the first time. Bear, a sophomore guard. He will replace Painter. Out goes Alex Werner for Mullen. Raymond inbounds it to Zane Evans in the right corner. Zane out to Bear Ray on the wing. Ray puts it on the deck, dribbles into the paint, kicks it out to Fernandez. Low pass, good save by Chris. Out top to Raymond, 20 on the shot clock. Again, the change in defense for Mullen starting to bother Ainsworth. Left corner to Rucker with 13 to shoot. Tries to cross over, loses it off his leg and out of bounds. Turnover Ainsworth. So the defensive change there from Coach Brad White. They go to a man-to-man. Oh, we've got to maybe have a switch on the call. Yeah, they're going to change that up, so it will be Ainsworth, but they need to reset the shot clock. It was a late shot clock for Ainsworth. They're not going to see that, I don't think. Maybe they are. There's going to be about 11 seconds on the shot clock is what it was when it was knocked out of bounds. So it will stay with Ainsworth instead of it being a turnover. So I think it's about 11 on the shot clock is what the numbers would be. They're going to talk about it with all 3 officials. The shot clock reset when they thought it was a turnover. They switched the call. So really, I think about 11 is what the Bulldogs would have had left. They'll have to inbound near their bench. A tie ball game, 30 apiece with 3:36 to play in the third. Ainsworth trailed this game in the second quarter, 27-6. Since that time, it's been a 24-3 run for Ainsworth. They're going to give Ainsworth 24 on the shot clock. That is a big break for the Bulldogs, as there should have only been about 11 on the clock. Rucker gets it into Fernandez. Give and go back to Jackson on the baseline. Bounce pass across the lane to Ray. He has it knocked out of his hands and out of bounds. Good defensive play by Gonzalez. After the bounce pass across the lane to Ray. Knocked it out of Ray's hand before he could go up with a layup. Ray on the inbound. Finds it another low pass into the corner to Fernandez. Chris gets it to Bateson. Raymond to Rucker with 13 on the clock, working against Walker. Now to Raymond in the left corner. 8 to shoot. Out to Fernandez. Into the corner, Raymond with 5 to shoot. Bear Ray will take a contested 3 and hit it. It's a West Plains Bank 3 for Bear Ray. Late shot clock. And the Bulldogs have the lead. Inside, and a travel called on Daniel Wright. The Bulldogs at the midpoint of this second quarter were down by 21. And they now lead it 33-30 on the 3 from Bear Ray, who missed the Summerland Holiday Tournament. In comes Painter. Out will go Rucker. Ainsworth by 3 with the basketball. Chris Fernandez brings it across the timeline against the Mullen man-to-man. On the wing to Evans. Bounces it to Painter. Back to Zane. Almost a spike line 3. Banks it in and out. The rebound down to Werner. That was a 26-footer. Here's Walker into the corner. Skip pass outside to Gonzalez. Good closeout by Bear Ray, but then he'll get called with the foul on the hand check as Gonzalez did the shot fake and tried to drive. Gonzalez has been quiet since that 8-point first quarter. The foul, the first on Bear Ray, third in the quarter on Ainsworth. 2:40 to go in the third. Ainsworth on top now, 33-30. Inside, has it poked away. Walker gets it back into the corner to Harden. And now we've got a whistle, and they reset the shot clock again. We have had some issues with the clock tonight, both the scoreboard and the clock and the shot clock. So they're going to have to huddle up and check this one out again, as we have had several stoppages here. It's kind of killing a little of this momentum that has been in the gym with this big rally for Ainsworth. since the mid-second quarter. So they're going to discuss again how much time to put on the shot clock. 2:38 to go on the game clock. See what they move the shot clock to. It is Mullen's basketball. They're going to put 26 on the shot clock. Well, one of those benefited Ainsworth. They got about 13 additional seconds. Mullen's going to get a little additional time, not quite that much. There's a near knockaway by Evans. There's a knockaway by Bear Ray and a steal. Into the hands of Fernandez. Ray, a little energy off the bench for Ainsworth with a three and gets a steal. Bear top of the key, guarded by Walker. 5-second count is on, puts it on the deck, needs some help, gets it to Evans. Painter posting up inside, calling for the ball, and there's a reach in on Ben Werner. That will be just the second on Ben. Fresh 35-second clock, 2:18 to go in the third. Back in comes Alex Werner for Mullen. Out will go Harden. Ainsworth leads 33-30. Fresh 35-second clock. Fernandez gets it into the corner to Painter. Painter drives baseline, kicks it to Bear Ray. Left corner triple, in and out. Rebound down to Ben Werner. Good look for Bear in the corner on the find from Painter. But that one halfway down, spit back out. Walker in transition. Baseline jumper, good. Jacob Walker with an answer. 2 minutes to go. It's a 1-point game. 33-32. Bulldogs with the lead. Painter is going to be a foul away from the ball as Zane Evans was posting up on Werner. And that's going to be the third foul now on Ben Werner. So they are taking Werner into the post. He's a little undersized. And that time it was Evans posting him up. So that is just the third team foul on Mullen this quarter. Third on Werner, however. This one going to be tracked down in the backcourt by Painter. Throws it ahead to Ortner. Ortner looking for Bear Ray. Tipped, saved by Bear on the baseline. Out to Painter. Still plenty of time on the shot clock. Crossover, step back three. Won't go for Painter off the front rim. Walker down with the rebound. Waits for traffic to clear. Gets it to right. Back to Walker. Fernandez went for the steal. Walker the drive. Tries to dump it down low. Foul on the drive. Jacob Walker, nice player for this Mullen team. The foul will go on Bear Ray. That's the fourth foul of the quarter. Mullen will be in the bonus for the remainder, 131. Ainsworth will bring back Rucker, replacing Ray. Out will go Werner with his three fouls as Harden back in. Mullen basketball with 1:35 to go, down by one, 33-32. Inbound to Harden, guarded by Zane Evans. Bulldogs have stayed zone all game. Alex Werner with it, up top to Walker. Around to Gonzalez, deep three, banks it in on the assist from Walker. That's the first bucket for Gonzalez since the opening quarter. He now has 11, and Mullen back up by two. Spin move in the lane. Fernandez somehow spins it in and one. What a move. Chris Fernandez, a spinner in the lane, and he gets the shot to go with a ton of English to tie it up, and the chance at the and one. The foul, the first on Brandon Harden. This will be the first free throw attempted by Ainsworth in the ball game. And it's to give the Bulldogs the lead, and Chris hits it. Fernandez, a fantastic spin move in the lane and somehow absorbed the contact, spun that one in off the glass with a ton of English. Evans out, Bates and Raymond back in. 6 lead changes now. Bulldogs up 36-35, a minute to go in the third. Walker takes a deep three. That one front rim, no. Rebound down to Ortner. Jacob collects his 5th rebound. Here comes Fernandez. Inside to Rucker. Double team. Nice wraparound pass to Raymond. Can't get the finish. And a foul on the rebound. Raymond had a wide open look. And it's going to be a shooter, as that's the 5th team foul on Ainsworth of the quarter. It's the 3rd on Jackson Rucker. So we'll walk the other way for 2 free throws with 46.7 seconds remaining in the third. Ainsworth 36, Mullen 35. Jacob Walker to the free throw line. First one is up and in to tie it. Walker now with 7. Rucker goes out with the 3 fouls. Kyle Fernandez back in. Out goes Chris Fernandez with Zane Evans back on the floor. Bulldogs have 4 sophomores and a senior out there. Tied at 36. Second free throw won't go. Rebound down to Bates and Raymond. Ainsworth about a 10-second difference, shot clock to game clock. Kyle Fernandez on the right wing, played well Tuesday in the win over Winside with 12 points. Bates and Raymond looking for Zane Evans on a bounce pass. That's wide of Zane and out of bounds. Just the first turnover of the second half on Ainsworth. Mullen has committed 6 this quarter. We are deadlocked at 36. Shot clock is off with 32 seconds to play. Tied at 36 apiece. Ainsworth has stayed in the zone. Mullen in the bonus should Ainsworth foul. There's a knockaway by Evans and a steal by Raymond. Bateson slows it up, waits for traffic to clear, gets it to Painter with 13 on the clock. Will they hold for one shot? Tries to bounce it across the lane to Evans, and it's deflected out of bounds. Will stay with Ainsworth with 10 seconds on the clock. Ainsworth can hold for the final shot here. They've not been great at doing that at the end of quarters. Evans will inbound from a tough spot in the corner on the baseline. Gets it into Painter with 9. Whitten backs it up, checks the clock, works to his right, puts up a baseline shot, too strong. Rebound down to Ben Werner. Throws up a three-quarter court shot at the buzzer that is wide. And we're going to head into the final 8 minutes, deadlocked at 36 as the Bulldogs put up 20 in the quarter, outscoring Mullen 20-8, and from down 27-6 in the second quarter, the Bulldogs have fought back to tie it at 36 with 8 minutes to go on our Tri-County Bank scoreboard from McAndrew Gymnasium.
Book a stay at Ainsworth's award-winning Roadway Inn, offering a wide range of amenities and perks, including a delicious breakfast to get your day started off on the right foot, pool, cozy, clean rooms, and so much more. Book online or call 402-387-1050.
Three River Communications, serving Ainsworth and the surrounding area with fiber services of internet, local long-distance phone service, and high-definition cable TV. Three River Communication is a proud supporter of the Ainsworth Bulldogs.
No overpriced lawn services? No headaches. Call on Stack Lawn Care in Ainsworth. Grant Stack offers underground sprinkler systems, landscaping services, mowing, dethatching, seasonal cleanup, and more. Call or text 402-760-1808.
We have 8 minutes to go here from McAndrew Gymnasium, and what it looked like in the second quarter might be a yawner tonight. It's turned into quite a ball game. Tied at 36, Ainsworth and Mullen. With 8 minutes to go, Bulldogs have the starting 5 back out there with Painter, Fernandez, Ortner, Evans, and Rucker. And it is for Mullen, Ben Werner, Alex Werner, Walker, Daniel Wright, and Brandon Harden. So Gonzalez, the only starter not out there. Catch and shoot 3 left wing. It's a West Plains Bank 3 for Whitten Painter. His 3rd of the second half and 4th of the game. 5th assist for Chris Fernandez. And the Bulldogs with the 7th lead change of the game. They dump it into the corner. Here's a 3 to answer for Werner is good. Ben Werner with the answer on the assist by Alex. And we're tied at 39. Rucker on the left wing against the man-to-man. Skip pass to Evans. Now to Fernandez in the right corner. Chris with it. Loses the dribble up top to Jacob Ortner. Now to Zane Evans. He fakes the 3. Tries to drive. Kicks it out to Chris Fernandez. Rucker on a cut. Inside. Lays it up and scores on the 6th assist for Chris Fernandez. 6 points for Rucker on a good cut to the hoop. 8 lead changes now. Bulldogs on top 41-39. Up top, here's Werner. They close on him quickly. There's a knockaway on the wing and a steal by Ortner to Evans, and he has it knocked out of his hands, and it's going to go to Mullen, as they say, off of Zane's leg, so the teams will trade turnovers. Mullen gets it back down by 2, 41-39, 6:40 to go. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on KBRB. And while you're watching it, as Whitten Painter knocked over, and they call it a block as Walker on the drive. Painter tried to set up and take the charge. He'll get whistled for his 2nd foul. It's on the floor. First foul of the 4th quarter on the Bulldogs. Again, the rule recently, as the fouls start over each quarter. When you get to a 5th foul, it is a double bonus. Walker on the inbound, gets it to Werner. Now back to Walker, left corner 3. That's too strong. Rebound out to Zane Evans on the long board. Ainsworth a chance to build on a 2-point lead. Mullen has gone man-to-man after playing zone for much of the first half. Painter on the drive, splits the double team. He draws the foul. Well, they call that on the floor or on the shot. Foul is on Harden. They're going to give Witten 2 free throws. Boy, Painter, the senior, no, they're not going to give him 2 free throws. Okay. I thought they signaled 2 initially. They try to throw it inside to Rucker. It's knocked away on a good inbound defensive play by Mullen. Stolen, and Harden the other way is going to be fouled and will go to the line for 2. So the Bulldogs do not get free throws on one end, but it will be free throws now for Brandon Harden. That's the 3rd foul on Painter. So Painter with 3, Rucker with 3 for Ainsworth, Ben Werner with 3 for Mullen. Harden 2 for 2 at the line. 2 free throws here would tie it, and this one is perfect. Harden's 3 points have all come at the line. Mullen 5 for 10. Bulldogs have taken 1 free throw on a Chris Fernandez and 1. 41-40. Second free throw here for Harden to tie it. This one too strong. Rebound into the hands of Chris Fernandez off of Karam. Bulldogs lead by 1. Painter on the left wing. Bounces to Rucker, top of the key, and he's going to travel with it. 11th turnover for Ainsworth as Rucker shuffled the feet before he put it on the deck. 41-40. Back to the Broncos. 6:05 to play. Tight one here at McAndrew Gymnasium. Mullen won the girls' game 47-37. Walker to Warner. Quick trigger 3. No. Long rebound, though. Out to Daniel Wright. Walker mid-range jumper too strong. Rebound to Chris Fernandez. Chris, 5 boards, all here after halftime. Ainsworth leading by 1. Gets it to Rucker. High post looking for a cutter. Now bounces it inside. Tries to muscle it up on Walker. Kicks it out. Open 3, Zane Evans. Off the side of the rim. Rebound pulled down by Ben Werner, his 5th. Mullen gets another stop and a chance to retake the lead in a 1-point ball game. Largest lead has been 21 for Mullen. As a timeout taken by Coach Brad White. 5:21 to go. We'll take one, too. Got a tight one here from McAndrew Gymnasium. It's the Bulldogs leading Mullen 41-40.
Frontier Diesel of Ainsworth is your best choice for diesel truck and big rig repairs. Bruce Dannett and crew provide long-lasting repair work that stands up to the demands placed on your heavy-duty equipment. Dependable service, repairs done right. Frontier Diesel of Ainsworth.
16 points for Witten. Painter leading Ainsworth. Zane Evans with 9. And for Mullen, it is 11 points for Nicholas Gonzalez, 8 for Ben Werner. Your scoring leaders. Ainsworth trailed this game 27-6 in the second quarter. Went on a 10-1 run to close it to a dozen at halftime, 28-16. And then the Bulldogs just continued that run into the third quarter. At one point, they had outscored Mullen 22-1 to get this tied up. Ainsworth and Mullen were tied at the end of 3, 36 apiece. The lead has changed hands 6 times in the second half after 2 early first quarter lead changes. It will be Mullen basketball. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 26 on the shot clock. Ainsworth 41-40. It's been a low-scoring start to the fourth quarter. Ainsworth has outscored Mullen 5-4. Mullen ball entering it in on the sideline near their own bench. Ainsworth has Fernandez, Evans, Rucker, Painter, and Ortner, the 5 starters out there. It is Werner, along with Wright, Walker, and Harden, the 5 on the floor for Mullen. Walker can't get a 3 away on the wing. Swing it around. Here is Harden on the right wing. Against the zone. High inside it goes. Knocked away by Rucker. It's loose. Still loose. Saved by Harden. They get it out. 4 on the shot clock. Walker on the drive. Poked away. Stolen. It's St. Evans coming out of there with it. Ahead to Fernandez. Layup is good on another steal and assist by Zane Evans. And Ainsworth up 43-40. Fernandez now with 9. Here's a drive by Werner. Puts a shot up and scores it on the baseline. Got past Ortner. And Rucker's help was late. Werner now with 10. Inside it goes. Ortner, shot up and good on the bounce pass assist from Chris Fernandez. First bucket for Ortner. Back to a 3-point lead, 45-42. Bulldogs by 3. Skip pass to Walker, working against Ortner. Swing it around. Here's Harden on the left wing. High post, 15-footer for Wright. Won't go. Rebound, Chris Fernandez. Chris with 6 boards all in the second half. Ahead to Rucker in the right corner. Slows it up, back to Painter. Now to Ortner. Cutting inside, bounces to Rucker. Fakes the 3, kicks it to Painter. 20 seconds on the shot clock. And a foul offensive on Zane Evans as he and Ben Werner were jockeying for position away from the ball. That'll be the 3rd on Zane, 12th turnover for Ainsworth. And it will be Mullen basketball. Gonzalez back in, out will go Daniel Wright. Mullen with a smaller lineup now. Ainsworth 45, Mullen 42, 3:48 and counting to play. Here comes Walker, driving right side, down along the baseline to Werner. His pass knocked away by Fernandez. It's a foot race, and it's going to be knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Chris. 23 seconds on the shot clock. It does not reset. So Mullen gets it back, but they'll have to go the length of the floor. Gonzalez working against Zane Evans. A little pressure in the backcourt. Ahead to Walker. 17 on the shot clock. Walker up top to Werner. Around to Gonzalez. Ainsworth extending that zone. High post knocked away by Chris Fernandez. Saved by Gonzalez. 7 to shoot. 5 to shoot. Skip pass. Stolen away by Zane Evans. Now the Bulldogs by 3 with the ball. Fernandez to Rucker, turns faces on Walker, hands it off to Chris on the left elbow. Now to Ortner, passes on the 17-footer, gets it back out to Chris. Now to Painter, under 3 to go, shot clock still at 17. Witten to Chris. Fernandez up top to Rucker, guarded tightly by Walker, gets it to Painter. Witten the drive and a hand check call against Mullen. That will go against Gonzalez, his first second team foul on Mullen, but a fresh 35-second clock for Ainsworth, leading 45-42 with 2:47 to play. Fernandez to trigger it in, gets it to Painter. Witten on the left wing, guarded by Gonzalez, hands it off to Chris. New shot clock for the Bulldogs. Painter in the left corner, looking for cutters. Now turns the corner in the lane. Shot blocked by Walker. What a great play. And the rebound to Harden. 3rd block for Jacob Walker as he erased that attempt by Painter. Walker in the left corner. Loses the dribble. Kicks it back out to Ben Werner. Skip it around to Gonzalez. Ainsworth extending that zone. Ben Werner in the corner. Can't get a shot away to Alex. Now to Walker. Tries to drive. Pull up 16-footer. Good. Jacob Walker with a big shot to bring Mullen back within 1. As we approach the 2-minute mark, Ainsworth by a point. Timeout, Jake Nelson. 2:03 to go, 28 on the shot clock. Bulldogs hanging on to a 1-point advantage. We'll take a timeout, come back with more from McAndrew Gymnasium after this on KBRB.
Get your smile on. At Ainsworth Family Dental, Dr. Mackenzie Owen and dental hygienist Lene Hansmeyer, along with their friendly staff, always strive for one common goal, to help their patients achieve and maintain a beautiful, healthy smile.
Whether high school, college, or the pros, the game is always on at the 402 Bar on Main Street in Ainsworth. Check out the game in the high-definition 86-inch screens. Not a bad seat in the house. At the 402 Bar, Main Street in Ainsworth.
2:03 to play here from McAndrew Gymnasium. Game number 11 for the Ainsworth Bulldogs. Game number 5 for the Mullen Broncos. The Bulldogs coming off their first win of the season against Windside on Tuesday. Ainsworth getting back to a full roster between injury and illness. They've got a full complement of players for the first time all season. They basically played that Summerlin tournament with about 6 main players, just a little bit off the bench from a couple of others at different times. Here it's Ainsworth basketball. 28 seconds on the shot clock. Painter to trigger it in from the far sideline. Gets it into the corner to Chris Fernandez. Bounces it to Painter. Double teamed, and his pass is wide of Fernandez and out of bounds. Turnover number 13 for Ainsworth. They had 8 in the first half. That's just their 5th in the second half. Mullen has turned it over 14 times, but 10 of those after halftime. Bulldogs, a 1-point lead. Mullen basketball. Trying for the 9th lead change of the game. Gonzalez loses the dribble, gets it to Walker. Tries to collapse the defense, trying to bounce it through traffic, knocked away by Rucker and stolen by Ortner. Ainsworth forces a turnover. Minute 40 on the clock. Bulldogs with a 1-point lead. Painter to Rucker. Guarded by Walker, poked away and stolen. Rucker loses it. Walker with the steal. Back the other way comes Mullen. Walker loses the dribble, needs some help, gets it off to Ben Werner. Bulldogs with a 1-point lead. Gonzalez to Ben Werner. Passes on a 3 from the wing. 15 on the shot clock. Out top to Walker. Walker's been their go-to. In the corner, Gonzalez. 3 is good! Huge shot. Nicholas Gonzalez on the 6th assist for Walker. Mullen retakes the lead. 47-45. Fernandez to Painter. Under a minute to go. Bulldogs now down 2. Into the corner to Chris. Patient with it. Spin move right to the lane and scores. What a spin from Chris Fernandez to tie it at 47. And the Bulldogs still will have a chance again as there's about a 10-second difference. Shot clock to game clock, scoring quickly to tie it. Ainsworth, timeout taken by Coach Brad White. 40 seconds on the game clock, 28 on the shot clock. We're all tied at 47. 9 lead changes now in this one. The next points will be our 10th. What a second half for Chris Fernandez. I have him with 11 points, 9 of those after halftime, all 6 of his rebounds after the break, and 5 of his game-high 7 assists after halftime. The 2 seniors leading the way here for Ainsworth is Whitten Painter with 16 points, including 4 made threes. Zane Evans with 9, Rucker with 6. For Mullen, that 3 from Gonzalez gives him 14 for the game, 10 for Ben Werner, 9 for Jacob Walker. Good stat line for Walker. 9 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 blocks for Walker, the 6'2 senior. Tied at 47. Mullen basketball on the side court. Mullen has 2 timeouts remaining. Ainsworth still with 3. Bulldogs will send Fernandez and Painter, the 2 seniors, along with Evans, Rucker, and Ortner. It is Harden, Gonzalez, Werner, and Walker. The 5 for Mullen. It's the starting 5 for both teams. Final 40 fouls. Back, puts it up and scores! Walker gets the go-ahead bucket with 20 seconds to play. See if Coach Jake Nelson takes a timeout. Gets a screen. Here's Painter, corner 3 for the lead. Too strong. Rucker, the offensive board. Up and under move. Gets it to go with 8 seconds. Rucker, the offensive rebound, put back to tie it with 7.1. And it will be timeout Mullen. They'll have a chance to win it in regulation. Painter missed the corner 3. Rucker was there with the offensive rebound. Put it up, scored it to tie after the bucket from Walker put Mullen ahead. 10 lead changes now. Mullen with a timeout, have 1 remaining. See if Ainsworth goes with some full court pressure, and the Bulldogs do have a foul to give. That's important, as if they work a few seconds off the clock, they could commit a foul as long as it's not in the act of shooting, and Mullen would not be at the free throw line. Ainsworth has committed 3 fouls this quarter, Mullen 2. We're tied at 49 with 8.3 seconds remaining. See what Mullen does. They have added time back from 7.1. They go to 8.3. So plenty of time here for Mullen. Ainsworth will go to some full court pressure. Walker will bring it in with 8.3 seconds remaining. Ainsworth going to go to a full court press. They have not done this much. Walker looking, Gets it. It's stolen by Painter. Walker blocks the shot. Painter a shot to lead it. No. Offensive rebound. Ordner. Putback is good with 3 seconds. Timeout Mullen. Bulldogs with the steal, and Ordner the offensive rebound and putback to give Ainsworth the lead. Painter got the steal, and Ordner gets the offensive board, and Ainsworth leads 51-49. Mullen uses its final timeout, and we'll see what they do with the clock. Right now it is showing 2 seconds. Mullen again will have to go the length of the floor. Now they're down by 2. Now Ainsworth again has a foul to give. They could get the ball in and foul immediately to take a little time off the clock. So with a foul to give, we'll see how the Bulldogs play this. As long as you don't foul on a shot, you could really make this even more difficult on the Broncos. They are not going to add any time back, it doesn't appear. With 2 seconds left, Mullen will have to go the length of the floor. Won't have much time, especially if the Bulldogs guard the inbound. We'll see if Mullen tries to throw something deep. You cannot let Mullen get behind you. Ainsworth will go to about half court to guard. Don't want to let anything big get behind them. And now we've got a whistle and a timeout taken by Coach Jake Nelson as he wanted to see the set that Mullen came out in. Little chess match here in the end of the ball game. Did not think we'd have an exciting ball game after Mullen was up 27-6 midway through the second quarter. But this young Bulldog team has answered. They cut it to a dozen at the end of the quarter on a 10-1 run and then exploded in the third quarter. Made it a 22-1 run at one point to go from down 21 to a tie ball game, and then it's been a dogfight ever since. We were tied at 36 at the end of the third. We have now had 9 lead changes in the second half, and the 11th lead change of the game was the offensive rebound and put back by Jacob Ortner after the steal by Witten Painter. 51-49. Painter steal, the biggest play of the game, along with the offensive rebound put back from Ortner. That was after Rucker tied it with an offensive rebound and put back inside. And that was after Walker gave Mullen the lead with his 11th point. So Mullen will send everybody down the floor. And Ainsworth will try to keep Mullen from completing the baseball pass. Let's see what they do. They throw it toward half court. Werner, catch and shoot, half court heave, off the front of the rim. So close. Werner had it lined up, and he just front rimmed it from half court at the buzzer, and the Ainsworth Bulldogs have won their second straight in come from behind fashion, down 21 at one point in the second quarter. Ainsworth rallies, puts up 35 points in the second half, holding Mullen to 21. And the Ainsworth Bulldogs pick up the 51-49 victory. Second win in a row for Ainsworth, and they've got a full complement of players, and you're seeing some of these youngsters start to show a little more confidence and improve as the Bulldogs get the W. Mullen falls to 3-2. We'll come back, tell you more about it. Our Tri-County Bank into the game summary and Buckles Automotive postgame show next on KBRB.
For prescriptions and all your over-the-counter, feel-better favorites, come to the pharmacy you know and trust, Ainsworth Pharmacy on Main Street, because keeping you healthy is their top priority. Make sure to check out their Facebook page for open hours.
TK Angus specializes in long-aged yearling Angus bulls. We also offer bulls for sale at private treaty in the spring. To learn more, check out our website at tkangus.com.
Stop in and see Mike Schrod, your State Farm insurance agent on Main Street in Ainsworth for all of your home, auto, and life insurance needs. That's State Farm Insurance on Main Street in Ainsworth. Good service at a good price. See Mike Schrod, your State Farm insurance agent in Ainsworth.
Experience, reputation, and results. This is Laura Lee Frank at Bruner Frank Shoemaker, LLC. We pride ourselves on personal attention and solid results for your legal needs. We have law offices in both Kearney and Ainsworth for your convenience. Give us a call today.
We welcome you back here on KBRB, FM 92, KBRB.net, and on the Ainsworth Community Schools video stream of this one. It is the Ainsworth Bulldogs, a 51-49 win over Mullen with a steal, a miss, but an offensive rebound put back with about 2 seconds left for the Bulldogs gives them the win here tonight, and a 21-point comeback as Mullen falls to 3-2. Bulldogs improve to 2-9. Mullen won the girls' game 47-37. Well, this was all Mullen early on. The Broncos led 19-6 at the end of one, and then scored the first 8 points of the second quarter to go up 27-6. Ainsworth had a little spurt at the end of the second quarter. A 10-1 run to close out the second. Made it a 12-point game, 28-16 at the half. You weren't sure at that point if it was just a small rally in what had otherwise been a game dominated by Mullen. However, the Bulldogs with a huge spurt to start the third quarter. After the 10-1 run in the second quarter to close it, they scored the first 12 points of the third quarter to go up for the first time since early in the game. Ainsworth outscored Mullen 20-8 in the third, and then we were back and forth the rest of the way as teams traded shots and buckets. Mullen took the lead in the final minute on a bucket by Jacob Walker. Then Ainsworth answered with an offensive rebound put back by Jackson Rucker to tie it at 49. And then the Bulldogs, with some full court pressure, got an inbound steal from Witten Painter. He missed a baseline jumper, but sophomore Jacob Ortner was there to collect it, put it back, give the Bulldogs the lead. And then Ben Werner front rimmed a half-court three at the buzzer that would have won it for the Broncos. Fun ball game, as we had 11 lead changes, 9 of those after halftime, and the Bulldogs rally from a 21-point deficit to get the W and win their second straight game. As we start our end-of-the-game summary and Buckles Automotive post-game show, let's first tell you at the Tri-County Bank, if you're looking to buy a home, build a home, or refinance the home you have, the Tri-County Bank Home Mortgage Team can help get you into the home of your dreams. Go local, because at the Tri-County Bank, they're not just your lenders, they're your neighbors. Stop by one of their branches in Stewart, Atkinson, Bassett, O'Neill. Visit tcbhomemortgage.com. The Tri-County Bank member FDIC, an equal housing lender. As we jump into our post-game show, we're joined up top by coach of the Bulldogs, Jake Nelson. And hey, you had some players you could actually look up and down the bench and say, hey, I've got a few guys out here tonight.
Yeah, I had plenty of guys that I could have rotated in, and the ones that came in, even if they were just in a little bit, really made an impact. And that was just a great all-around team win.
We talked about this from the get-go when your team was taking its lumps with a bunch of young players and a couple of guys hurt. It was about getting better, staying the course, trying to improve, and start playing your best basketball in the second half of the season. First time all season you've really had a full complement of players. But, I want to talk about you're down 21 second quarter. There's probably a timeout in that midway point. Well, what was the mood like with the team? Was it, oh, here we go again? Or obviously it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. We knew that we just weren't quite getting there on defense. And that was something we talked about at halftime, was we weren't talking and rotating like we needed to. They were just kind of loading up an area, and we weren't getting enough guys over there. So we made that adjustment at halftime. But that timeout in the second quarter, when we kind of made a little bit of run, it was more of, hey, we're getting decent shots. We're just not moving much on offense. We got to stop just chucking up threes, because that's why they're playing this zone. We got to attack it a little bit more. And, just, hey, shots are there. We got to keep attacking.
Well, I tell you what, the second half, you guys came out shot out of a cannon, and it always seems like it's Zane Evans that leads your team energy-wise. He had a couple big steals right away on the perimeter to get that second half started, to continue that run. I mean, you're still down 12 at halftime, even with that nice little spurt to end the second, but it looked like Zane and Chris both on the perimeter really keyed that third quarter run and kept the momentum on your side with their defense.
Yeah, their aggressiveness up top, especially to start that third quarter, is what really got us going. I've always told them those first couple minutes out of halftime really set the tone for us the rest of the game, and we really finally did it this time. We were the ones that set the tone.
Well, and Mullen was a solid rebounding team, especially in that first half. But boy, you guys attacked the glass on both ends in the second half. Out-rebounded Mullen 16-11 in the second half, but some big ones on the offensive end late. The tie and go-ahead buckets were both on offensive rebounds and putbacks from a couple of your sophomores.
Yeah, it's good having them in there, getting rebounds, being physical. Rebounding is such a mental thing, and we're getting a lot more confidence with it, and just getting used to the physicality and the speed of the game.
So as you stack 2 wins here, you've got this young team, but you start maybe seeing a little bit of belief in their eyes, and now knowing that, hey, even if we're down early, we've got the ability to come back, and it's going to be interesting to see how you manage this rotation now with kids that, with injuries and illness, sidelining some kids early that really showed, hey, you maybe wouldn't have thought at the beginning of the season that they'd be pieces for you, but you've had some kids really step up in those times where you were shorthanded and show that they can play too. So it's a case where you've really got a chance to kind of develop some depth.
Yeah, that's one thing that I wish I would have done better, was rotate those guys in, because they did a good job when they came in, and that's something that throughout the rest of the year we're going to figure out that rotation a little bit better, because we got a lot of depth there that we can really take advantage of.
Well, yeah, take us through that end of game sequence. You had a foul to give, but there just wasn't much time left for Mullen. Really liked, after you tied it up, the idea of going to the full court press with about 8 seconds left and forcing them to go the entire length of the floor. Just talk about the play Witten made, and then Jacob on the glass.
Yeah, the first one with 8 seconds left, it was just, hey, we want to make them use as much clock as possible and not get down the court. And they made a pass, and Witten just jumped it perfectly and got that ball for us. So that was a great unexpected play there. And then that last one at the end there, it was like, hey, we're just going to let them catch it in front of us, and if they make a long shot over the top, so be it, but we're not going to let them, catch it near the rim and get something close.
Well, that's 2 wins in a row. Thanks for bringing the ice back and freezing rain from Vegas when you were there last week, but we'll take it. Mullen made the trip. Wasn't sure they'd be able to. They did, and you get a W. So, talk about this as you head into another winnable game on Tuesday against Burwell, and a chance to kind of continue the momentum.
Yeah, that's, just especially in this game, coming back, that's something that helps build the team, and then winning a close game that helps build you up. So, we had 2 things that should really help catapult us through the rest of the season. I want to wish Mullen a safe drive back. That's going to be a little scary out there, but I'm glad they came down today, because it was pretty questionable.
Hopefully, as they get south, it gets a little better. But Jake, appreciate the time. A fun ball game. You get the W, and we'll catch up with you again on Tuesday.
All right, thank you.
That is Coach Jake Nelson joining us here on KBRB. It is our Buckles Automotive post-game show as the Bulldogs get their second straight win. Don't get caught in the cold this winter. Be ready for the cold weather and the calving season with Buckles Automotive, as they have a great supply of portable generators and portable heaters in stock. Master and Val 6 radiant heaters, several sizes to choose from, 18,000 all the way to 125,000 BTU. They are fully stocked with ice melt for sidewalks, tow rope, batteries, antifreeze, thermo-aid, diesel fuel additives, windshield wipers, de-icer, and scrapers. Stay safe this winter with a trip to Buckles Automotive, your Napa store on Main Street in Ainsworth. Definitely going to need to replace some ice melt after the icing we had today, so they've got it in stock at Buckles Automotive. Well, as we're on the post game, let's run through our final statistics in this 51-49 come from behind victory over the Ainsworth Bulldogs over the Mullen Broncos.